Investigators say the truck had been traveling from an international jewelry show in San Mateo to Los Angeles when it was targeted. I'm Nancy Lyons, Bloomberg Radio.
The success you've had in life matters. The late nights, the extra shifts, the moments you've stood up and said, I've got this. At University of Maryland Global Campus, we value your achievements because we're a school for real life. With UMGC, you can earn up to 90 credits toward a bachelor's for prior learning and relevant life and work experience, or transfer up to 12 credits toward a master's. We offer scholarships, affordable tuition, and online and hybrid classes, all with the support you need from your first day to graduation day and beyond. As an accredited state university, we've been transforming lives for over 75 years. Choose from more than 135 undergraduate and graduate degrees and certificates, and get ready to succeed again. Get an affordable online skills-based education to move your career forward. UMGC offers no-cost digital materials in place of textbooks in most courses, low-cost tuition, and over $21 million in scholarship opportunities each aid year. Find out if you qualify at umgc.edu. Certified to operate in Virginia by Chev.
Hi, this is Larry Steinhaus, and I want to let you know that I buy houses. I buy houses from people that may be a tired landlord, maybe somebody who's having trouble selling their house, or maybe someone who needs to sell their house quickly. Well, all you need to do is call 855-939-1137. That's 855-939-1137, and I promise to answer the phone and help you with your situation. That's right, your house may be cluttered. It may be a house that a relative left you, or it may just be a house you just want to get rid of. 855-939-1137.
Bring home the best bobble in baseball on Friday, July 18th when the Phillies take on the Angels at 6:45 and all fans receive a Pico JT Realmuto bobble figurine. Order tickets now at Phillies.com. A familiar meeting between the Phillies and Mets is on deck for a weekend series on Friday, June 20th and Saturday, June 21st, both at 7:15, and Sunday, June 22nd at 7:10. Order tickets today at Phillies.com.
This is the story of the one. As a safety manager at a manufacturing plant, he does everything he can to keep his coworkers safe. From finding ways to reduce risks to keeping safety supplies in stock. And for that, he relies on Grainger. Grainger offers a broad range of quality products and next-day delivery, so he can always play it safe. Call 1-800-GRAINGER, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
Still getting around to that fix on your car? You got this. On eBay, you'll find millions of parts guaranteed to fit. Doesn't matter if it's a major engine repair or your first time swapping your windshield wipers. eBay has that part you need, ready to click perfectly into place for changes big and small. Loud or quiet, find all the parts you need at prices you'll love. Guaranteed to fit every time. But you already know that. eBay. Things, people, love. Eligible items only. Exclusions apply.
Let me tell you one of the reasons I think we became the largest injury firm in the world, and it's not even close. I'm John Morgan of Morgan & Morgan. My wife and I had a plan early on. In our firm, our lawyers only work on certain types of cases. Our products liability and dangerous drug lawyers only work on those cases. Same for car crashes, workers' compensation, medical malpractice, and insurance disputes. Our thinking is for these lawyers to focus on one area of the law and live it and breathe it. Power comes from knowledge. Many lawyers do everything, jack of all trades. Not us, and we don't charge an hourly rate. You only pay us if we win. If you want to hire us, it's easy. Dial Pound Law on your cell phone, pound 529, or visit forthepeople.com on your phone or computer from the comfort of your own home. Let us get to work for you. Morgan & Morgan, forthepeople.com. Injured? Dial Pound Law or visit forthepeople.com for an office near you.
At University of Maryland Global Campus, we give our students credit where credit is due. Credit for deciding in the middle of rush hour traffic to go back and get their bachelor's and a promotion. Credit for managing 3 kids, 2 dogs, and a full-time job to pursue an MBA. And credit for serving in the military by day so they can study cybersecurity at night. For over 75 years, we've been helping students receive the credit they deserve. With more than 135 degrees and certificates, students at UMGC can use prior learning or relevant experience to earn up to 90 credits toward a bachelor's, and graduate students can transfer up to 12 credits toward their master's. At UMGC, you'll find everything, online to hybrid courses, lifetime career services to scholarship opportunities, making your education journey flexible, fast, and affordable. Classes start soon. Learn more at umgc.edu. That's umgc.edu. Certified to operate in Virginia by Chev.
WPHT, WPHT HD, WOGL HD3, Philadelphia. Always live on the free Odyssey app. From the Piazza Premium Automobile Studios.
Powering your drive with 10 brands and 20 locations.
Free speech lives here. It's Kayal and Company on Talk Radio 1210 WPHT.
And away we go, live on this Thursday, June 19th. Yes, indeed, it is Kayal and Company on Talk Radio 1210 WPHT. Always live on the free Odyssey app. And, of course, streaming live for your video viewing pleasure over on YouTube as we head until 10 o'clock this morning. 855-839-1210. That is the phone number on X at 1210 WPHT. I am at Nick Kayal, Kayal. Dawn Stenzelin with the news. Greg Stocker, the chairman of the board. Phil Omquist, Jimmy Kelly, our associate producers.
Hi, everybody.
Hey, Bobby. How you doing, buddy? Dawn, good morning. How are you?
Good morning. Happy Juneteenth. Today, all the federal and state level, local offices, government offices closed.
We're
Banks.
closed. We're closed, too. Oh, yes. Oh, yes. We're closed.
All right.
Yeah.
I was wondering why the fourth floor of the parking deck didn't have a single vehicle in it when I pulled in. I was like, is everybody on remote this morning?
No, we're closed today.
Oh, but we are here.
Of course.
Ready to serve you.
Yeah, no stock market today. No, all the banks are closed. No postal service. Nothing. No garbage service. Everything's pushed back a day.
Oh.
Juneteenth.
All right. So what do you guys want to talk about this morning?
Wow.
What do you guys want to talk about? There's a lot to talk about.
Slow news week.
I know. Will we make it to 10 o'clock?
Oh, I don't know. It's going to be tough. It's going to be tough.
Big take this morning on what I believe is almost a certainty that America will attack Iran. Tennessee, a major SCOTUS victory when it comes to trans minors and surgeries. CNN could be gone, legitimately gone.
Thank God.
By 2026, which is fast approaching.
Really?
A lot of big names on the chopping block, their entire business model. They could be relegated to low-level salaried hosts streaming on digital platforms. The glory days of Anderson Cooper and $18 million a year. No more.
Maybe they'll come over to YouTube like we did.
Yeah.
2+ years ago.
Yeah, come over there and compete with us. And we'll beat you again. Also, the 9-to-5 job, a thing of the past. We'll talk about that. America is in a dip when it comes to dining out. Yeah. Talk about that. Nice variety today. We're going to get, obviously, America, Israel, Iran for day 7,000 on this show. But we will get to other stories as well this morning. All right, let's get down to business. And by the way, of course, cut sheet 745.
Yeah, how can you forget?
I mean, that's
Come on.
That's the entree.
What?
Yeah. Yep.
Fight Club 910.
Oh yeah.
Conklin tickets 950.
Yeah.
All right, Dawn Stenzelin, take it away, dear. 6:02, round number one of the news. Dazzle us with awful stories.
Wow.
Unless there are none.
What a way to introduce the news. Hey, Dawn, dazzle us with awful stories.
Bad news.
Thank you.
Dawny Downer. We are sponsored this morning by Wisfis Bank in Kayal and Company News Live. Yes, Juneteenth. That is June 19th, commemorating emancipation, final emancipation orders going into effect. The wish of slain President Lincoln, assassinated President Lincoln, but Emancipation Day in and around Philadelphia, Pennsylvania, and the nation as we look to what's happening with all of the city offices, state offices, federal offices, banks. Everything's shut down today, no mail service. If you want me to talk about what's going on as far as this morning, an Iranian missile slamming into the main hospital in southern Israel, that happened early this morning. We're hearing it caused extensive damage, and this is according to the medical facility. So other missiles hitting at a high-rise building, several other residential buildings near Tel Aviv. And so the back and forth continues between Israel, Iran. Obviously, we'll talk about all of yesterday's developments and President Trump and what he may or may not do, as yesterday he did hold that mid-morning news conference talking about he was once the hunted, now he's the hunter. So many quotes from Trump today that we can go into as far as national news going on. I'll take you locally with the Central Bucks School Board. They voted last night to terminate, meaning you're fired, terminate 5 of its staff members after an investigation did uncover alleged abuse, and this was inside a special education classroom at Jamison Elementary. We have been talking about this. We've been reporting on it. Now we get more details because we know that Superintendent Dr. Stephen Yanni was placed on leave following a report from a nonprofit group called Disability Rights Pennsylvania. It accused Dr. Yanni and several other administrators of misleading the police and the parents about the child abuse allegations. And apparently, one of the school board members actually has a child who they say was abused. So the students were physically restrained, they say. Water intake was restricted. A student was found naked in the class running around. Physical punishment was used inside the autism support classroom there at Jamison Elementary. And this alleged abuse happened early in the school year of last fall, September to December of 2024, before it was discovered. And so the Bucks County DA's office has said it does not consider this a criminal matter. So far, no charges filed against anybody involved, but they did vote last night to fire these 5 staff members who they say were involved or didn't do what they should have done to follow protocol.
So you have special needs children, one of which is running around naked. Okay, maybe not a crime, but limiting water intake for children with disabilities?
That's the allegation, that they were physically restrained.
Firing squad.
So it's, the report by the disabilities group, by all accounts, it looks horrible. I don't have the count of exactly how many children this involves. And so the report itself is detailed and horrible. Just so you know, this is not something where there's nothing like sexual abuse or anything of that nature. They're talking about physical abuse. That's what this is, restrained or lack of care.
Okay.
The abuse would even be by, let's say, just not caring for the kids properly.
Neglect.
Yeah.
Okay. So this is, I'm assuming these are the alleged perpetrators.
Staff members.
They are certified teachers, correct? In the school district, or are they outsourced from a different company or treatment facility? Are these Bucks County like special ed teachers?
One is, so the 3 that I have confirmed of the total of 5, number 1, we know the superintendent, Dr. Yanni, the superintendent of schools, because basically what they're saying is the buck stops here. The buck stops with the top guy.
Sure.
And then the pupil services director, Alyssa Wright, and then a special education teacher identified as Gabrielle McDaniel. So those are the 3 that have been identified and confirmed. So it would appear that you're correct. At least it looks like the special ed teacher and then 2 other people were in the classroom. And then the other individuals are in supervisory or management positions where they're being held accountable for not properly managing, let's say, people who were allegedly neglectful.
Okay.
Again, no criminal charges here. And so there, no doubt, there will be lawsuits and we'll hear more. We'll get more in the courts. But a disturbing story. And we've talked a lot about Central, Bucks, West High School. These high schools are public schools, but they're great schools. People move to these areas and pay more in their, property taxes to go to these great public, highly rated public schools.
Yep.
So involving autism kids. We also have, I'll take you to a financial story. I know we talked yesterday about some of the good financial numbers, jobs reports, and that sort of thing. But we do have Nippon Steel and U.S. Steel saying they have finalized that historic partnership that we've talked a lot about. This is a year and a half after the Japanese company first proposed this deal to buy the iconic American steelmaker for nearly $15 billion. And so this is, Nippon Steel, the Japanese-owned company, going for the Pittsburgh company. And then many had said, hey, they had national security concerns. Presidential politics, no doubt, played a part in all of this. And U.S. Steel shareholders did finally approve it. Nippon, within the deal, they're saying that they're going to keep the jobs here, and that this combo, this marriage, if you will be a world-leading steelmaker, best-in-class technologies and manufacturing capabilities.
Okay.
So they'll become the fourth largest steelmaker, and this is right here in Pennsylvania, bringing what analysts are saying is the top-notch technology from Nippon Steel, from Japan, and bringing that here to the States and incorporating it with U.S. Steel's antiquated steelmaking processes.
Okay.
So that's the deal. Obviously, it is timely because we have, let's say, tariffs moving in and that sort of thing. So if it's made here, if it's produced here, manufactured here, then there are no tariffs. And so we'll talk more and parse through that deal, but it was a big statement made. And I know that Republicans and Democrats, it's gotten a lot of bipartisan support. It means jobs here.
Hey, that doesn't happen too often these days.
Yeah, this is true. This is absolutely true. So much in the news, so much in the headlines today. And we also we have to get to this story about the new recommendations as far as how much should men drink or women drink. It's a great story. The headline of this one is that the new recommendations from the government are that women should have 1 or less drinks of alcohol per day, and men should never have more than 2 for your health. So we've often done these stories about red wine is so good for you, and we've talked eat red grapes, right? Yeah. And so in this one, what they're saying is not so much.
Oh.
Alcohol is not great for you.
This isn't rocket science. Alcohol is poison. We know that.
Yeah.
And it's you just have to decide as a functioning human. I drink, not to excess, but I have some drinks every now and then.
Yeah.
You just have to decide how much you want to put in your body.
That's right.
As a functioning human, you are allowed to do that.
Mm-hmm.
So I'm not trying to be Debbie Downer, but it's just the truth. Drinking at any level is not good for you, but it's fun.
Oh, it's glorious. Especially after you do 18 miles on a bike in the heat.
Yes. I know you guys are impressive.
I cranked it out yesterday. Not going to lie, the legs were dead when I was finished. Dead. I didn't have another mile in me.
Well, I know you'll talk about the heat, but with this oppressive heat, I would not suggest doing 30 miles this afternoon. I'm just saying.
Oh, God.
Hey, you never know. July 20th could come. Might be 98 degrees.
I'm tapping out then.
You're tapping out
I'm not gonna
today,
do it.
90 degrees?
I'm not going to do it.
Stalker and I are just both going to fake injuries. We're going to fall off our bike. And
Can you stop with the videos on social media calling me out? I'm not playing your dumb reindeer games.
I just figured you would like that.
No.
You got to play along. We're trying to build up the hype here.
I don't do that. I don't do the social media back and forth.
Oh.
Every once in a while, when I get a hair up my you-know-what. I'll go after Smooth Brains on Twitter, but
who's Smooth Brains?
Just dummies who come after us.
Hair up your butt.
Like yesterday, somebody came out and said, I'm surprised they let you say that on Soros-owned Odyssey. And you are obviously a dummy who has no idea what you're talking about. You just spout nonsense on Twitter without any facts, as do most people on Twitter. Hideous site it is. Sorry.
Oh my God.
You're so done with X. It's not even funny.
Oh God. Sorry.
Well, on a good news front, I might actually leave X permanently.
Thank you.
Because not only am I going into my new house on August 15th, but I also got quote accepted into the private golf course in my community.
Oh wow!
Congratulations!
Look at you.
So
moving on up.
Well, here's the thing. My wife
Bushwood.
Kristen says to me last week. She goes, "Do you think it would be cheaper if we joined in August as opposed to waiting until January?" And I was of the belief that I'd have to wait till January. Plus, I didn't want to join with 10 weeks left in the golf season or so. And I said, I looked at her. You better not be teasing me, because I was like, I had the feeling that she was, looking at the numbers and saying we could probably afford to do it from Jump Street. So I called. I found out. Went through the whole process.
Do they know what you do for a living?
Yeah, they do a background check too.
They do.
Yeah. But they don't
That's
want
nice.
they don't want any
But-
pedophiles or people with prior records.
I love that idea.
Yeah.
So you feel safe.
Yeah.
That is a great. I've never heard of that. I
So
did not
August
know that.
15th, not only am I in the
Love
new
that.
house, but I will be on the golf course. So you're not going to see me around on social media much anymore.
Thank God.
Because I've got to get my fill if I'm going to pay a hefty tab to, join a private place and not have to deal with morons on a public course anymore.
Aren't you all adults who join these golf clubs? So why are they checking if you're a pedophile?
Well, I don't know if it's
because
a pedophile,
it's a community.
They do a background
So
check.
Bluebell, it's a community. So basically, you are joining in a community. It's not
Right.
just like buying a house in any neighborhood. That's what it sounds like.
Right.
But the fact that they make sure that pedophiles don't live in the neighborhood, I think is awesome. That is wow.
Of course you do.
That is breakthrough stuff right there.
Dawn's just
No, that's
rubber
like the
stamping that
best.
one. Yeah.
Isn't it?
Yeah.
Did I do a background check on you when we hired you?
Yes. Yes, because we were still with CBS. And oh my gosh. I mean, they
Just
make you do
wondering.
like drug tests, they
Just
do
wondering.
a background check.
We did a background test.
You
on
did. I am squeaky clean,
Yes.
according to
Same here.
according to CBS. I know we'll get into all the SCOTUS rulings, all the Trump news. There's so much swirling, and as well, this hot forecast, all the weather alerts. But we have to talk about Wisfis Bank on this Juneteenth, where there's a Wisfis, there's a way at WSFS Bank and Bryn Mawr Trust. Your goals matter. Discover local expertise with national capabilities, all with the personal service you deserve. Wisfis, WSFS. We stand for service, pronounced Wisfis. Thank you, Wisfis Bank, for sponsoring our news, our first news on this Juneteenth day. And by the way, Nick Castellanos with that win last night really spoke. It shows when people speak with their talent and not with dirty words, good things happen.
That's a great life lesson. I'm going to implement that to my life. I'm just going to speak. How did you frame that?
When you speak with your talent
Yeah.
and not with your dirty words.
Yes. Moving forward on this show, no more dirty words from me. Just pure talent on display.
Woo!
The Phillies won, though, you said?
Yes.
Beautiful. I didn't watch anything last night. As soon as I got done with that bike ride, shower, dinner, bed, I was cooked.
Oh, no. Yeah, we won 4-2.
All right, there you go.
Filleting the fish.
And it's hot out. Philly weather, 71 degrees.
It's damn hot out.
It's damn hot out.
hot.
And I love it. Going up to 91 today, although there's a 70% chance of severe thunderstorms later this afternoon. Beautiful day setting up for Friday, 84 and sunny. No bad weather at all. And then the heat wave is on. We will have a stretch of 4 straight days coming up next week where it will not be below 97 degrees.
And with this heat, it's probably the best time to get that Generac generator because
of course,
if God forbid your power goes out,
Yeah.
blackouts or from one of these thunderstorms,
That's right.
You don't want to be without air conditioning.
That is correct.
In that oppressive heat.
Indeed. Weather brought to you by MTRule.com, your Generac generator experts. That's MTRUHL.com. Is America going to attack? Is it a formality? The Big Take is next here on Kayal and Company on Talk Radio 1210 WPHT.
Let King Shooter Supply in King of Prussia help protect you and your family. King Shooter Supply has over 200 years of combined firearms experience to help you get what you need to protect what you love. They gladly welcome beginners into their family of competitive shooters, recreational shooters, law enforcement professionals, and hunters. They'll guide you through the nuances of finding the right firearm, ammunition, and accessories that you need for self-defense. Visit them at 346 East Church Road in King of Prussia. Visit them on Facebook or at kingshooters.com.
Ugh, I gotta get business cards printed for my entire staff, but where do I even?
That was easy.
Oh, okay, Staples. But can I have bigger stuff printed too, like huge signs and banners?
That was easy.
Nice. And what if I had to ship a package?
That was easy.
Have my passport photo taken?
That was easy.
Coffee and snacks?
That was easy.
What about the latest laptops?
That was
Earbuds
easy.
and headphones?
That was
Office
easy.
chairs?
That was easy.
I think I also need to get some Staples.
Seriously?
I had to ask.
For everything your business needs to get the job done.
Staples. That was easy.
With Fidelity Wealth Management, a dedicated advisor gets to know you and your goals to build a comprehensive plan to help grow and protect your wealth. Backed by a team of specialists, they'll analyze all your accounts, even the ones they don't manage, to keep an eye on taxes and provide proactive portfolio insights that can help you unlock your wealth's full potential. Learn more at fidelity.com/wealth. Investment minimums apply. Fidelity Brokerage Services, LLC. Member NYSE SIPC.
A message from Bradford White Water Heaters. How you heat your water matters, and you do have a choice. So choose efficiency, choose reliability, choose innovation. Choose a water heater that's manufactured in America using the finest components from around the world. Choose Bradford White. Still is and always will be built to be the best. So make the right choice. Ask your plumbing professional to install a Bradford White water heater in your home or business. Visit BradfordWhite.com to learn more.
Hey honey, have you heard about PFAS in water?
No, what are they?
They're harmful chemicals that can be in our drinking water. PFAS are called forever chemicals.
Ooh, so how do we deal with that?
I'm gonna call Martin Water Conditioning. They have whole home water systems that help remove PFAS and other contaminants.
So we'll have cleaner, safer drinking water?
Exactly.
To learn more, visit our website at martinwater.com. Martin Water Conditioning. Better water, better life.
The number one worry of people in retirement is running out of money. How about some ideas on how to protect your money? Tune in to the Retirement Spectrum with Alan Cohen. Saturdays at 6 a.m. and 3 p.m. on Talk Radio 1210 WPHT.
Hey, it's Matt, your leaf filter trusted pro. Gutters are an often neglected part of the home. They're also one of the most important. Clogged, overflowing gutters can cause serious problems like foundation damage or basement flooding, which can cost thousands of dollars to fix. Let's face it, cleaning gutters yourself is not only a hassle, it can be dangerous. But when you get Leaf Filter, you'll never have to worry about cleaning clogged gutters again. Get started today by visiting leaffilter.com/radio to schedule your free inspection. If you decide to move forward, we'll professionally clean, realign, and seal your gutters before installing our patented stainless steel micro mesh system. Leaf Filter keeps out everything but the water. And it's backed by a lifetime transferable no clogs warranty. So you're protected for good. We're in your neighborhood and ready to help. Visit Leaf Filter today for a free inspection and estimate, and you could save up to 30%. Visit leaffilter.com/radio. That's leaffilter.com/radio.
Hey, it's Mike Quick. It's time to cut your old point-of-sale systems and revolutionize your business with PDQ POS. Joe Flynn and his team at PDQ have been the industry leaders for over 35 years. They offer everything from mobile POS to self-serve kiosks and the best service and support in the industry. For the fastest, easiest, and most reliable POS available, trust PDQ POS. No matter how many locations you have, they'll build a custom solution for your business. Visit PDQPOS.com.
I'm Ed Evans, CEO of Consumer Cellular. No, we're not one of the big guys. Truth is, we don't want to be. If you're over 50, Big Wireless probably has you paying for more data than you might need. You could be throwing away thousands over a lifetime. We're not here to be the biggest. We're here to bring you something we believe is better. Our plans start at just $20. You'll get the same fast nationwide coverage without the big wireless bill.
Call 1-888-FREEDOM, visit consumercellular.com/fax or a store near you. Plans include $5 credit for auto pay and e-billing. See site for additional facts.
Life insurance. Why are you putting it off? Can't afford it? Too much hassle? Think you don't need it? There's lots of excuses for putting off life insurance. But if you weren't there, who would pay the mortgage and other bills? With Ethos, you could be covered in 10 minutes and boom, family protected. Ethos, fast and easy online term life insurance. Up to $2 million in coverage with no medical exam. Some policies as low as $1 a day. Answer a few health questions and get your free quote at ethos.com/radio. That's ethos.com/radio.
Here's a harsh fact. 40% of women and almost 20% of men suffer from varicose or spider veins. And if you think this is just a cosmetic problem, think again. Varicose or spider veins, if left untreated, can lead to swollen or discolored legs, cramping, the inability to stand or walk, neuropathy, even worse, blood clots, which can travel to other parts of your body. But here's the good news. Advanced Medical Vein Treatment Centers offers plans that treat and cure the condition, not just cover up. Grab your phone, take down this number, and call 800-597-7992. That's 800-597-7992. When you call, you'll get free information on how you can live your life to the fullest again. Walk, exercise, sleep well. Your vein problems will not go away on their own, and in time can lead to major health issues. Call Advanced Medical Vein today for free information on fast and easy solutions that are covered by most insurance plans, Medicare included. Call 800-597-7992. That's 800-597-7992 today.
today.
You know you have pride in your team when you offer a guarantee for the life of your roof. That's right, for decades and thousands of roof installations, the award-winning team at GP Martini lives for roofing. That's why homeowners trust GP Martini to protect their largest investment. Whether you're considering an asphalt, shingle roof, metal roof, or even a solar roof, you can trust GP Martini Roofing. Visit martiniroofing.com. There's probably a satisfied GP Martini customer in your neighborhood. martiniroofing.com.
Follow Talk Radio 1210 on Instagram and Facebook at 1210 WPHT.
Kayal Company 624 live on a Thursday morning. Nick, Dawn, and Greg, Talk Radio 1210 WPHT. Cut sheet loaded, absolutely loaded. Coming up at 7:45 this morning, and a ton of great stories to get to. But first, as always, let's get down to business. Time for a Thursday Big Take.
The Big Take on Kayal Company.
Which is brought to you by Staples, The Big Take, an American Attack. At this point in time, it doesn't appear to be a matter of if, but a matter of when. When you listen to President Donald Trump speak, when you look at his face, and when you look at his body language, it feels like we can be assured of an attack on Iran, which is likely imminent. I believe that it's almost a mathematical certainty. If I had to quantify it, I would say 85, 90% chance. A change of course and a last-minute redirect seems almost out of the equation, and I'll remain consistent with my stance. I don't want boots on the ground. I don't want soldiers deployed, and I don't want the Ayatollah taken out. But I am fine with taking out their facilities, infrastructure, and the potential nuclear capabilities that may exist. And I've been of the belief that it's probably 65-35 that Iran does not have nuclear weapons. But today, I am going to operate under the assumption and the possibility that Iran does. Let's say they do. Let's say Trump's intel is correct and Tulsi Gabbard's is wrong. Well, then eradicate any chance that Iran, a nation who funds terrorism all over the globe, will ever be able to strike Israel or America with a nuclear weapon. End that threat stone cold dead. Let's go through what Donald Trump said yesterday in multiple settings, followed by what America believes, courtesy of the data with CNN's Harry Enton. Here was Trump early on Wednesday when approached by CNN on the conflict in the Middle East and America's involvement. Listen and watch this.
The U.S. response to who you with? CNN. There's a split.
Fake news. Fortunately, nobody watches.
But my question
is anybody watching CNN nowadays? I haven't seen it in a long time.
But some of your supporters are wary of the U.S. getting involved in another foreign wall. And some believe that we should support.
Do you ever ask a positive question at CNN? My supporters are more in love with me today, and I'm in love with them more than they were even at election time, where we had a total a landslide. We had, we won all 7 swing states. Did CNN report that? We won all 7 out of 7, which everyone said would be almost impossible. We won by millions of votes. We won 2,750 districts versus 505 districts. Think of that, 2,750 versus 505. And CNN,
I think what she might be alluding to.
That was Donald Trump on the South Lawn of the White House. And I play you that to play you this. Here is Harry Enton of CNN with the latest polling data on Trump and the war in the Middle East. I'm going to give you a 3-part series here. First question, do you oppose Iran having nukes? Listen and watch this.
Yeah, look, I think it's a complicated picture overall, but on this particular question, and overall, I feel like there's more support for Donald Trump's positions than is comically acknowledged. Oppose Iran getting a nuclear weapon. I mean, look at this. 79% of adults agree on that. They agree with Donald Trump. Iran cannot get a nuclear weapon. 83% of Republicans, 79% of independents, 79% of Democrats. When you get 79% of Democrats and 83% of Republicans agreeing on anything, you know that that position is the very clear majority in this country. And so the American public is with Donald Trump. They definitely oppose Iran getting nuclear weapons.
America agrees with all of us on this show. Second question, do you favor airstrikes if Iran has a nuke? Listen and watch this.
Nuance here, but Trump and Netanyahu both arguing that Iran is close to being capable of making a nuclear weapon. If that is the case, what is the feeling of Americans as to whether the United States should get involved in this conflict?
Right. If you buy Donald Trump's theory of the case, and I think that's important to note, this is polling from April. If Iran's trying to make a nuclear weapon, look at this. Overall, you get the slight plurality. I mean, it's within the margin of error, but the slight plurality of Americans actually favor U.S. airstrikes compared to 47% opposing it. Now, here's the other nugget I'll note, right? There's been a lot of talk online and on social media and in podcasts of a divide within the Republican ranks. But here on this question, if Iran's trying to make a nuclear weapon, look at that. 69% of Republicans, the clear vast majority of Republicans, favor U.S. airstrikes on Iran, on their nuclear facilities. But there is this substantial minority, 27%, who oppose such an idea. So it's not surprising you're hearing those other voices besides Donald Trump out there. There are plenty of them in the Republican ranks who oppose the U.S. striking Iran if they're trying to make a nuclear weapon. But the clear majority of Republicans are with Donald Trump if, in fact, Iran is trying to make nuclear weapons. They do, in fact, potentially favor U.S. airstrikes.
America agrees with me. Third question. Do you want diplomacy or do you want war? Listen and watch this final clip.
Do they prefer? To limit the risk of Iran making nuclear weapons, the American public prefers what? They prefer a negotiated agreement. 69% of the American public prefer a negotiated agreement as compared to 14% who prefer taking military action. I will note, Sarah Seiner, that this 69% includes 64% of Republicans. So even if Republicans, the clear majority, would in fact support airstrikes on Iran, U.S. airstrikes on Iran, they prefer a negotiated agreement.
All three of my positions on this conflict in line with the majority of what Americans want. One of these mornings, I'm going to get it wrong. It's just not going to be today, folks. Around lunchtime yesterday, the Supreme Leader tweeted out the following, quote, "The U.S. president threatens us with his absurd rhetoric. He demands that the Iranian people surrender to him. They should make threats against those who are afraid of being threatened. The Iranian nation isn't frightened by such threats," end quote. Trash-talking Trump? I don't know that that's the recipe for success. Donald Trump was asked about this, and here's what 47 had to say. Listen and watch.
What do you say to the Supreme Leader of Iran who says that they will not surrender?
Say good luck.
What is the end game?
Say it? It's already run out. That's why we're doing what we're doing. Yeah, they had 60 days and a big, 60 days, plenty of time. And they made a mistake. Honestly, they made a mistake. Their country's in ruins. So many people are dead that shouldn't be dead. It's a very sad thing.
You can tell that Trump is had it. He's disgusted with this whole situation. Headline from the Wall Street Journal around dinner time yesterday, quote, "Trump meets with advisors in Situation Room to weigh options." According to the reports, Trump privately approved attack plans for Iran, but has withheld final orders. Trump is reportedly considering multiple options, including a U.S. strike on Iran. Here's Trump in the Oval Office Wednesday evening to wrap up his day. Listen and watch this.
Look, they should have made the deal. I had a great deal for them. They should have made that deal. 60 days we talked about it, and in the end they decided not to do it, and now they wish they did it. And they want to meet, but it's a little late to meet, but they want to meet. And they want to come to the White House. They'll even come to the White House. So we'll see. I may do that, but it's a shame it could have been done the easy way.
It would be a major victory and a total flex by Trump if he gets Iranian leaders to come to the White House, complete a deal, and avoid airstrikes. But one final thought. I want to loop back and revisit the conflicting reports out there where Tulsi Gabbard said in March that Iran doesn't have nuclear capabilities. And then this past week, Trump said, and I'm paraphrasing, he doesn't care what she thinks. But let's say Trump is right. Let's say that Trump's intel is correct. That's actually a scary thought for America moving forward, because we have the director of national intelligence possibly getting faulty information and moving beyond this conflict. That in itself is a national security risk for all of us. And that's the big take.
The Big Take on Kayal and Company,
which is brought to you by the good folks at Staples. How many times have we all said, boy, that was easy? Well, the Staples Easy button is back, and it's got us saying it again for custom prints, shipping services, and even passport photos, plus quality products delivered next day to over 98% of the United States. Staples, That was easy. 855-839-1210 if you want to jump in on X at 1210 WPHT. And, of course, let it rip in the YouTube chat, youtube.com/@1210 WPHT. And like and subscribe while you are there. All right, Dawn Stensland, I don't know if you were seeing the videos of Trump. You hear the tone of his voice. I think he has reached his tipping point with this. He's had enough. Although I will say, if the Iranian leaders come to this country and he's able to bring them to the White House and strike a deal at the 23rd hour, that would be a major victory, I think, for all parties involved. But do you think there's still a chance of a deal, or are we bound for battle?
I think, and by the way, a lot of that back and forth happened between 10 and noon, where because he had announced, remember I had said yesterday morning, he had announced that he, as a gift, purchased those 2 flagpoles, one on the south lawn and one on the north lawn of the White House. And so you had the backdrop of that was crazy, because you had with him these hard-hatted guys with those bright yellow, jackets, and they were doing all the work to install those flagpoles. So he was standing out there for what seemed like hours as he was riffing with the media and chatting with them. That's how the morning, unfolded.
Yeah, he was like shooting the breeze, just hanging
hanging out with them. And then throughout the day, and it was great that you showed the timeline, what happened then, mid-morning, and then throughout the day, and then last night's statement, which was he was consistent throughout the day. But what struck me was how laid back he was. I mean, here he is. He came back early, he said, from the big G7 summit. He came back early, Situation Room, but now he's doing flagpoles and United States, like these huge flags, and kind of riffing. So I wouldn't be surprised if part of this is, of course, posturing. I mean, okay, if they convince Nick Kayal that this is 80%, then I think the audience they want is, did they convince Iranian leadership as well? So do these individuals feel like, all right, they're going to drop these 30,000 each bunker buster, those bombs that we've been talking about, these specialty that only the USA has, these that have to be dropped by the B-2 stealth bombers, the B-1 Spirit. And so if they're convinced, then that's a good thing. And I think so to me, this is exactly where Trump and the world would want them, in a position where they say, we're tattered. We don't want that mountain just annihilated that's 100 miles south of Tehran. You hear these experts worldwide, what they're saying is that Iran has been building that underground fortress. They supposedly finished it in 2009, but apparently it is incredible. And it is way down deep. I mean, you hear 300 miles, but is it a mile down? What does this look like? And so that it would require up to 5 of those 30,000 so-called, super mother of all bunker busters. And so does it, and that it feels like a small earthquake.
Yeah.
And so I think that this is exactly where they want them. So if Trump could get Iran to come here, Iranian officials, and negotiate now some kind of a deal, I think he'll take the deal. But are they at that point? Because you pointed out, I mean, the supreme leader, who's ultimately in charge, despite the fact they call themselves a republic, and they say they have an elected president who's basically the bookkeeper, if you will, not the guy in charge.
Oh, it's kind of like Joe Biden was for 4 years.
But to your point, it was a little bit of trash talk.
Yeah, and I mean, remember 2 days ago, Trump says, we know where the supreme leader is hiding. He's safe for now. We will not kill you, but patience is wearing thin. That was Trump on Truth Social. So now you have the supreme leader, which is interesting because you're saying in your post, the U.S. president threatens us with his absurd rhetoric. He should, try to bully other countries that are afraid because we will not be bullied. We're not afraid. As he's tweeting that from 500 yards underground in a bunker hiding somewhere, right? So, I mean, that's kind of absurd. And just to show you how to me, I think Iran is on the verge of tapping out. And certainly if we strike whatever we're intending to strike, they're going to be toast. But they spent billions and billions of dollars on military defense, terrorism, training terrorists, weaponry, and it took Israel all of what? A few days to obliterate over 50% of what Iran had in their weaponry cache, so to speak. So now imagine if America gets involved, and we're already involved, but imagine if Trump follows through with, if the Wall Street Journal is correct with finalized strike plans have been concocted. We're just waiting for Trump to hit the Staples Easy button. I mean, they're toast. And I think there's a lot of Arab nations, a lot of Muslim countries that are actually on board. It's weird that the whole dynamic has kind of shifted. Remember we had that call yesterday from one of the Jewish callers, the Jewish listeners in our audience. I asked for that, and he called in, and he said it's different than it was in the 60s and 70s for Jews in this country as well as in the Middle East. I think it's also different in the Middle East. You've noticed this, and I'm not letting the Middle East off the hook. I mean, it's a total S show over there. But when we talk about Palestine and Hamas and Israel and Gaza, nobody wants the Gazan refugees, right? Nobody will take them in surrounding bordering nations. Saudi Arabia is kind of done with Iran. Iran is kind of the redheaded stepchild in the Middle East, where I think in the certain pockets, whether it's Iraq, whether it's Syria, whether it's Lebanon, and look, they all have some level of terrorism from Hamas to Hezbollah, ISIS, Al-Qaeda, you go all through the list of all the different, quote, brands of terrorism out there. Has it been a big shift? And I actually think collectively in the Middle East, they would approve of Trump obliterating Iran. I really believe that. Do you feel that too?
No, I don't, and I don't think Trump or anybody here wants them to be obliterated.
Well,
By the way, Iran,
destroying whatever.
Their government, you mean?
Yeah.
Force a new government.
Yeah, whatever they have all below that concrete, 2 miles down below, whatever it is.
Oh, below in the mountain.
Yeah. I'm not talking death and destruction of innocent Iranian people and things like that. I'm talking about eradicating any threat of them being a nuclear power.
Yeah, I mean, here's the thing that you pointed out with the redheaded stepchild being Iran in the Middle East. The one thing that I think went underreported, and I think we touched on it, that it's a subtlety, but I think it's a big deal over there, is when we talk about Arab nations, Iran, they're not actually majority Arab. Senator Cruz was correct.
Yeah.
They're Persian, and that's a big deal. Because the rest, and that was one of our astute callers was, I think, referencing that, saying that they are viewed differently than, let's say, the Saudis.
Yeah.
And you have this us and them mentality. But I will say as well, Iran, their population, they have, outside of Israel, obviously, they have the largest Jewish population in Iran. And so they have an interesting mix. I mean, albeit the majority Persian people.
Sure.
But they are that different nation. And so what they say is, hey, we get a bad rap because we're not on the in club of the so-called Arab popularity club, the Arab nations. We're a little different. We're, our own entity. We're a republic. That's their side of the story. And they continue to claim that they do not have nuclear capability, which maybe that's a technical phrase.
Mm-hmm.
And I think that explains why Tulsi Gabbard earlier in the spring was saying they don't have it. Well, maybe they don't. Are they close? It sounds like they've been working on it, and it sounds like they're really, really close.
Yeah.
And it sounds like they have much more capability than they need just, for power, for a fuel station.
You mentioned Ted Cruz, Tucker Carlson. They got into it hot and heavy. The full episode is out. We gave you a couple of clips yesterday. You'll hear more on that as it got biblical. And we'll hear that in the cut sheet coming up just over an hour from now. 855-839-1210. Coming up next, has SCOTUS set a nationwide precedent that all started in the state of Tennessee? Gender-affirming care for minors? We'll talk about it. It's next on Kayal and Company. Stay right there.
Reporting from the Piazza Auto Group studio, and it's an exciting time for my friends at the Piazza Auto Group and their 5 Honda dealerships. Honda, has won more 2025 Kelley Blue Book Consumer Choice Awards than any other brand. That includes Best Overall Brand, Most Trusted Brand, Best Value Brand. So whether you're eyeing the Accord, maybe the CRV, maybe the HRV that I have, the HERV, as I call it, or the Pilot, You are choosing a vehicle that's backed by real drivers, just like you. Come experience the award-winning excellence at Piazza Honda in Philadelphia, Langhorne, Pottstown, Reading, or Springfield. You can always shop online, at least first. Go to piazzahonda.com, Piazza, piazzahonda.com for today's special offers. They've got some great ones on there. Check out the website, piazzahonda.com. Let them know Dawn sent you.
Here at the Almond Joy Factory, where tropical vibes abound, we use soft, fresh-tasting coconut.
The crunchiest almonds and delicious chocolate candy.
Ah, but do you know what our most important ingredient is? Sometimes you feel like a nut.
Sometimes you don't.
Almond Joy's got nuts and something even way better than that. Yes, Almond Joy is made with almonds and joy.
At California Psychics, we know that sometimes you can wake up thinking,
I don't know if I'm in the right career, or the right relationship.
but whatever your life dilemma, at California Psychics, we'll give you the guidance you need to feel certain about your life choices. And because we only connect you with the very best, we guarantee if your reading isn't life-changing, it's free. California Psychics. Call 1-800-PREDICT today and get 20 minutes for just $20.
Heading to the shore and dreaming about upgrading your home? Kitchen Magic can help you fall in love with your kitchen again. We're family-owned, American-made, and tariff-proof, so your remodel stays on budget. This June only, enjoy 24 months, same as cash financing. Don't wait. Get started today at kitchenmagic.com or call 1-800-237-0799. Kitchen Magic since 1979.
As a business owner, you wear a lot of hats. One minute you're ordering today's inventory, and the next you're planning tomorrow's expansion. It's complicated, but your business credit card should be simple. With the Signify Business Cash Card by Wells Fargo, you earn unlimited 2% cash rewards on purchases for your business with no caps or categories to track. Signify Business Cash, the deliberately simple business credit card. Learn more at wellsfargo.com/signify. Terms apply.
Prescriptions require an online consultation with a healthcare provider who will determine if appropriate. Restrictions apply. See website for details and important safety information. Price varies based on product and subscription plan.
Hey guys, let's talk ED because millions of men experience it, but not everyone can access or afford treatments like Viagra. Well, Hims can help. Through Hims.com, you can get a full range of treatment options for ED, including daily or as-needed meds through a 100% online process. It all starts with an online intake form. Get started at hims.com/joy, and from there, a medical provider licensed in your state will determine if ED treatment is right for you. If prescribed, your medication is shipped to you for free. Find the ED treatment that fits your needs with options up to 95% less than the brand names. Millions of men experience ED, but Hims can help. To start your free online visit and save up to 95%, go to hims.com/joy. That's hims.com/joy for your free online visit. HIMS.com/JOY.
Yo, Langhorne. Thanks for listening to Talk Radio 1210 WPHT. Always live on the free Odyssey app.
Yeah, Langhorne, we see you. Tell Alexa, play Talk Radio 1210 WPHT. And then turn it up loud. Yeah. And then pull us up on YouTube on your smart TV and pretend it's the best TV show you've ever seen.
Yeah, you know what we haven't made a call for lately, and I want to do that. Show us your setup.
Yeah.
Show us your setup. Show us your rig.
Yeah.
You know what I mean.
Show us what you're working with.
How, if you're at the kitchen table on a laptop.
Or in your truck.
Or you have us on the big screen. Or anywhere you have us.
I love that.
Please take a picture. If you're not on social, you can send it to me, greg.stocker@odyssey.com. With your permission, I will post it. Or just send it Facebook, Twitter, all the usual ways to reach us. Show us your rig. Show us your setup. Show us how you're watching us. Show us how you're listening to us. Come on.
Do it now.
Do it now.
855-839-1210. Big ruling yesterday. This was, if you are a common sense individual, if you are in favor of protecting young children and waiting until they become of legal age and consent. Yeah, and then you want to go and, chop off your breasts or remove your penis or anything like that, you can knock yourself out. 12 years old, 13, 10, 8, 16, no shot. We know one thing for sure, that the brain is not fully formulated and finalized until 25, 26 years old. My whole stance has been, can't do it until you're at least 18. If you want to go fight for your country and die in combat when you're 18 and you're an adult, I got you. You got to wait until you're 18. Supreme Court rules on a state ban on gender transition treatments for minors in the landmark case. Yesterday, the Supreme Court ruled that a Tennessee law banning specific transgender medical treatment for adolescents in the state is not discriminatory, ruling 6-3 to uphold the law. This was the Tennessee Attorney General, Jonathan Skrmetti. At issue in this case, the United States v. Skrmetti, was whether Tennessee's Senate Bill 1, which prohibits all medical treatments intended to allow a minor to identify with or live as purported identity inconsistent with a minor's sex, or to treat purported discomfort or distress from a discordance between the minor's sex and asserted identity, violates the Equal Protection Clause of the 14th Amendment. And guess how they ruled? 6-3. Let's take a guess. Oh, that's right. 3 female liberal justices: Elena Kagan, Sonia Sotomayor, and Ketanji Brown Jackson. The latest one, the Biden appointee, who a few years ago, when asked, what is a woman, she could not define what a woman is. Much like Tim Walz last week when Nancy Mace said, Mr. Walz, what is a female? And there Mr. Potato Head was sitting there, perplexed at the question, like he was asked for the square root of 81 and didn't know the answer. So that's the ruling from yesterday. And I want to give you some stats here from a YouGov poll, and I also want to show you some pictures. But my big takeaway with this is, when you look at the 3 liberal female justices, doesn't this just go to show you, Dawn, tell me if you think I'm stepping out of the right lane here. The Democrat Party and liberal justices, anybody, left of moderate, from liberal to progressive, this is now, I think J.D. Vance was right months ago when he got excoriated. The Democrat Party is now the party of females without kids. Let me ask you, if you have a child, if you have a child, how can you allow, Phil, I'm going to do pictures first. Throw these pictures up. This is K3.
What the hell is that?
Yeah, I want you to see this.
Oh, God.
This is a gore alert, though. If somebody gets triggered by it.
Yeah. Wait, warn us.
Okay.
What is that?
All right. So that is skin that has been removed, I'm assuming, to put elsewhere for whatever part you're losing or you're gaining in a gender transition procedure.
So that's what it looks like underneath your skin. Huh?
Yeah, that's what it looks like. I had to see my father, God rest his soul. He had part of his foot removed when he was diabetic, and he had to have skin graft procedures and things like that. It is unbelievably horrific to sit there and watch somebody have to deal with something like that. And then this is a child who I believe,
for God's sake,
just my personal beliefs. And Phil, throw this up here. Here's K4. There's the healing of the arm in due time, and then there is what I'm assuming used to be breasts of a female that are no longer there, or a guy that wants breasts and has gone through. I have no idea. It's such a mind F that I don't even know what I'm looking at, other than I know it's disgusting. And then, Phil, let's throw up K2. This was a YouGov survey where Americans were polled on gender-affirming care. A majority of Americans say transgender minors should not be allowed gender-affirming treatment. Overall, of all the people polled between June 6th and June 9th, this is a YouGov Economist survey, 53%, so it is, as Harry Enton would say, a clear plurality, should not be allowed gender-affirming care. 82% of Republicans say no dice. 54% of independents say can't do it as a child. And yet 22% of Democrats oppose it. 55% of Democrats are on board with this. This, to me, is sheer lunacy. And Dawn, my last bloviating point here, I'm glad SCOTUS upheld with Tennessee, ruled in their favor. And I hope the precedent is set where now Pennsylvania, New Jersey, New York, Illinois, California, all the big blue states that this will hopefully be a nationwide ban because these other states, they're going to go kicking and screaming into the night.
Yeah, and I think a couple of things. What I was looking for, and by the way, the reason that they didn't ask Trump about this when he was out there for hours, we're very proud of the fact that the flagpole installation, was because this ruling came down right after he stopped doing that riffing with the media.
Mm-hmm.
And so then we later learned the details of it because it was just coming out. And one of them is, we've talked a lot about these puberty blockers.
Yep.
And there are many and that's a huge controversy because many in the gay community say that puberty, or even the gay community, I should say, but many doctors say that going through puberty is actually the cure. In other words, let kids go through the normal process of, their body, and that this happens when kids are prepubescent. Once they go through puberty, then they figure out, well, maybe I'm straight, maybe I'm gay, whatever. But that oftentimes they figure out, oh, I was straight after all. I went through this phase, whatever. Maybe it's influenced by, as we've talked about, the influences of media and social media and so on. So the puberty blockers are critical because you have kids in some states, apparently as young as 8 years old.
Yep.
Starting with these puberty blockers, you're sterilized. So we don't even know the full impact.
Mm-hmm.
And that was, remember, we reported on that, what was that, a year or so ago, with everybody else in the world. The UK, everybody else looked at the studies that were done, especially in the UK, and they said, whoa, let's put the brakes on this. And let's say that to a child under the age of 18, you are beautiful as you are. Now, once you're 18 plus, you be you. If you want to, as now a legal adult, you want to go ahead and get whatever surgery you're going to get, then you be you.
Mm-hmm.
This has to do with children as young as 8 years old taking things, not just these scarring surgeries that, quite frankly, have you ever had a surgery?
Yep.
You know what I mean? These are major surgeries where you're under anesthesia, where you have months to recover.
Mm-hmm.
Anybody who's been through a surgery, I've never had a major surgery, so I don't know what that's like.
Yeah.
But I have relatives who have.
I mean,
Zioli
was out for 4 months with a sprained ankle.
And I think he had to have a surgery on that.
Yeah. Now imagine removing your genitals.
Imagine your private parts, and then you have to have tubes tubes through things.
Oh God!
And then I've got
that has to do with your your excrement and so on.
Right.
I just want you to, and we're putting kids through that. I think it's crazy.
Stalker was on the shelf for 6 months with a bruised fingernail.
By the way, it's slowly healing. By the way, you can look at it on the YouTube.
Did the nail fall off?
No.
No,
I don't think I'm going to lose the nail.
Okay.
Really?
Yeah.
That's kind of amazing.
Yeah. Well, I'm an amazing person, Don Sanders.
You
Thank
are.
you.
You still have 31 days to lose that nail.
If I do, can't say I'm going to ride.
Valid excuse.
Yeah.
Hands are a big part of this.
Now, Justice Sonia Sotomayor, one of the things she wrote, she said that this ruling that she was writing the dissented decision, she wrote, authorizes without second thought untold harm to transgender children and the parents and families who love them.
If they
untold harm.
If they can't lop their wieners and breasts off,
yes,
that's
what she's saying.
That's dramatic to them.
Mm-hmm.
Or be sterilized. In other words, imagine making a decision about your gender at age 10 or 7 or 8 or whenever they start some of these puberty blockers, which apparently they have. Imagine that decision apparently sterilizing you, that you can never have children, and that decision is made at 7 or 8?
Can we lock the parents up?
I know.
Is it allowed?
Greg,
is it
here's
allowed?
the thing, though, Greg. Here's the problem, and heartbroken parents have spoken out about this, that the parents, so their kid in school, think about it, and especially this happened in Jersey. So you have a kid who's encouraged in school, and they're in like second grade, okay, and up. And they're encouraged since kindergarten or pre-K that they can be whatever they want. Maybe they're she, her, and he, him, and whatever. They can choose their gender daily. They're encouraged in school. So now the school calls and says, well, your kid has some self-harm issues, And now they learn all of this. And this is put on you as a parent. You don't know anything. And they're told, you need to go to the hospital. And now the hospital tells you your child is at high risk for self-harm and suicide if you don't go along with this care that all these prestigious doctors are recommending.
Yep.
Now you're the parent.
Mhm.
So now imagine this. And these parents were basically sucked into this and thinking, oh my God.
Yeah.
I'm going to, my child, like, what do I do?
When I was growing up as a kid, I was told in school, you could be anything you want, Nick. A firefighter, a doctor, a lawyer, a professional football player. Here we are in 2025, and we've got teachers telling boys they can be girls.
JJK on the YouTube chat says that we don't even let our kids walk to school.
Yeah.
by themselves.
Right. Would you allow your kid to balance your checkbook?
It is such a dichotomy of like the difference where it's like you're right. We like shield our kids from everything. Oh, they can't walk to school. They can't do this.
Yeah.
Oh, heaven forbid they're 5 feet in front of the house. They might get kidnapped. But yet when they come to us and say, "I want to lop my wiener off," they're like, "Okay, no problem."
Mm-hmm.
And the fact that there was a focus on, and Medicaid was paying for it here in Pennsylvania and across the nation, foster kids.
Yep.
How come foster kids, suddenly they're all the ones getting these surgeries? I would just say this as well. We've talked about it. This is also a class issue, and it's a racial issue. Because in Philadelphia, for example, and across the nation, across the board, among African Americans, they're saying heck to the no. This is not as nearly a big issue as it is a white woke mind virus where these young children, kindergarten. So kids that don't know how to read, kids that you know how impressionable young children are.
Sure.
The only thing I'll push back on is the issue of those who quote unquote don't have kids. I mean, I have some relatives who are like the favorite godmom or the auntie who are like, I mean, they're like a saint, a Mother Teresa among the kids, and they're so against this. But I will push back on those kinds of statements and kind of cringe.
But don't you hate it when people that don't have children tell you how to parent their kids? Right? Like if you've never experienced it, if you've never gone through it, what the hell do you know?
I don't know. I've never the women in my life, and these are some in-laws and relatives I can think of. They're actually the most loving, empowering. So I've never experienced it personally in my family. I've experienced the opposite. The women in my family that don't have the kids are actually like, hey, can I help babysit? How can I be with it? You know what I mean?
Yeah,
like,
it's cool to have them for
loving.
2 or 4 hours. They just don't want them for 24 straight hours.
Or they couldn't, or it didn't happen for that. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
Like, so that's the only thing that it's unfortunate whenever you hear the crazy cat lady references.
Right.
Like, I feel bad for those relatives
Well.
who I have who agree with us.
Yeah.
But it just didn't happen for them.
All right, here's what we have coming up. We've got some calls. We'll get to the calls after the news on this SCOTUS ruling. So if you're on hold, hang tight. And then speaking of childless cat ladies, J.D. Vance censored and shut down on social media. We'll give you the details when we come back. Let me just read this last thing, though. Justice Alito yesterday cited, quote, hotly disputed medical studies on the alleged benefits of such medical treatments and told the government's attorney that those studies, quote, found a complete lack of high-quality evidence showing that the benefits of the treatments in question here outweigh the risks. So nice to see a SCOTUS justice ruling based on a lot of the science out there that shows how dangerous this is. And, of course, a lot of this is done overseas versus America because, well, in America, we like to do that because, well, medical can make a big profit. All right, we'll get to the calls after this. Dawn's got some news for the 7 o'clock hour. It's Kayal and Company on Talk Radio 1210 WPHT.
Rain's here. Is your yard ready? If water pools near your home, ruins your lawn, or leaks into your basement every time it storms, it's time to call Garden State Earthworks. Their expert drainage solutions stop the damage before it starts. No more standing water, flooded basements, or mosquito swamps. Call 856-848-4444 or visit GardenStateEarthworks.com. Don't wait for the next storm to do more damage. Get it fixed for good with Garden State Earthworks.
Hey, it's Rich Zioli. I want to tell you about my friend and my dentist, Dr. Mike Veneria. You know, for me, for my family, it's all about care. That's what matters most, and that's why my entire family goes to Dr. Mike Veneria. When it comes to a complicated dental procedure, for over 10 years in a row, Dr. Mike has been recognized as a master of complex, masterful dentistry. In fact, other dentists send their patients to him. Even other doctors have chosen Dr. Mike as their dentist. See, it's not about cost, it's about care. And you don't want to go to those chain dental offices, forget those. He has two very convenient locations for you in Cinnaminson and Woodbury. So go there and see him. He's the guy, and he's worth the drive no matter where you're coming from, because you don't want to go to the closest dentist, you want to go to the best dentist, the guy who cares. That's Dr. Mike Veneria, the best of the best. So make your appointment to see Dr. Mike today. If you already got an estimate for that dental implant, get a second opinion from Dr. Mike. It's worth doing. Just reach out to him at 856-786-2020 or veneriadental.com, VANARIA, veneriadental.com.
WPHT, WPHT HD, WOGL HD3 Philadelphia. From the Piazza Auto Group Studios, experience the power of one with 8 brands and 25 locations. Always live on the free Odyssey app.
When you're hiring, have you ever felt like you're missing out on meeting truly great candidates for your roles? It seems impossible to find them, but they have to be out there somewhere, right? Well, they're not hard to find when you know where to go, and that place is ZipRecruiter. And right now, you can try ZipRecruiter for free at ZipRecruiter.com/radio. ZipRecruiter helps 10 million people with their job search every day. And because these people are actively looking for jobs just like yours, it's easy to find the right person right away. In fact, 4 out of 5 employers who post on ZipRecruiter get a quality candidate within the first day. But if you're not using ZipRecruiter, you're missing out. So see what it's like when the impossible is easy. When you go to ZipRecruiter.com/radio right now to try ZipRecruiter for free. Once again, that's ZipRecruiter.com/radio. ZipRecruiter.com/radio. Never miss out on great candidates with ZipRecruiter.
Just like a strong bullpen closes out the game and keeps the win secure, Plumbers protect the health of the nation. And here in Philadelphia, Plumbers Union Local 690 is always ready to deliver in the clutch. Whether it's hospitals, commercial, industrial, or residential projects, with the best trained plumbers in the world, you can trust your job will be done on time, on budget, and built to last. When your business needs to build new or expand, step up to the plate with Plumbers Union Local 690. Visit plumbers690.org.
Hey, it's Joe to camera. See, the story of Philly sports put to music. With Joe Conklin and the City Rhythm Orchestra, I've seen the show. It's phenomenal. Conklin with all of his voices and songs, plus celebrity guests. It's sports. It's comedy. It's music. It's Philly.
See Joe Conklin and the City Rhythm Orchestra at Wildwood High School on Baker Ave, Friday, July 11th. And at the Ocean City Music Pier, Saturday, July 12th. For tickets, go to joeconklin.com. JoeConklin.com!
You've got to see Scott Kia's new location in Limerick, where their focus is on you. Relax with an easy, transparent, and enjoyable car buying experience. With a stunning new showroom, a state-of-the-art service center, and a staff that understands your time is valuable and will treat you like a VIP. It's time to experience what a 5-star service truly feels like. They are focusing on you, and that's changing everything. And that's why it's always smooth sailing at Scott Kia of Limerick, just off Route 422.
Free speech lives here with Rich Zioli weekday afternoons 3 till 7 on Odyssey's #1 talk station, 1210 WPHT.
Kayal Company 7:05 as we continue hour number 2 on a Thursday morning. The cut sheet just 40 minutes from now. Don't forget, about 2 hours from now, 9:10 every morning, Fight Club, because fights equal ratings. The submissions are just incredible. The amount of people that want to find a clip and say, that needs to be aired, tremendous. Keep it up. Email Stalker, tweet Stalker, email me, tweet me, all good. Might not get to it till Halloween because we've got so many submissions, but we'll get to it. 855-839-1210. Also, Joe Conklin tickets coming up today for our morning mystery movie clip, and that'll be around 9:45, 9:50. Get to the news. Round number 2, 7:06. The great Dawn Stensland.
And good morning. This Juneteenth, Thursday, June 19th. We're looking at 74 degrees, bright sunny skies, And the heat is on as heat warnings will go into effect today. Full forecast with Nick upcoming as we're headed for, if you notice, the sun is rising much earlier as tomorrow is we're coming upon the first official day of summer and the longest day of the year. We are sponsored in our Kayal and Company News Live this 7 a.m. hour, sponsored by Wisfis Bank, WSFS Wisfis Bank. Just updating you as we look at the world really looking at wondering what will the Trump administration do. They're meeting. We have this new wave of Iranian missiles striking multiple sites across Israel, reportedly damaging this hospital. Israel attacking Iran's Iraq heavy water nuclear reactor as the two countries, yes, trading fire for a 7th day in a row now. And I'll point out to you, it's the area of the Kandab nuclear facility. It was formerly called Iraq, but those rescue operations underway today after the Iranian missiles struck the Soroka Medical Center in the city of Beersheba. This is in southern Israel, and Iran said, oops, it was targeting they didn't say oops, I'm paraphrasing obviously, but they claimed that they were targeting a military site in the attack and accidentally struck the Soroka Medical Center. So that's what's going on this morning as tensions rise.
Sure. We were trying to take out a military facility and we hit a civilian hospital. By the way they're reporting this, 89 people hurt. Seems weird that a missile would hit a hospital and we would only have people hurt. I hope that they're only hurt and not killed, but interesting how they frame that.
Sirens on. We knew that yesterday, for the first time, in Israel, it was a little more relaxed, and so that people were even allowed to go back to work because they've all been in their bomb shelters. So now, obviously, the sirens all wailing this morning, and many people either fleeing. We were talking about embassies being evacuated. The United Nations urging an immediate ceasefire in the Israel-Iran. They're calling it war on an international level. Iranian TV shows the downing of Israel's Hermes 900 drone. And so these are some of the headlines that we're seeing this morning internationally. So I thought I would bring you that.
Yeah, pretty interesting that we have Jews that are going back to work in Israel as they're at war, and yet we have snowflakes in America that still want to work remotely.
Yeah. Yeah, they're not snowflakes.
No.
Over there.
No.
So we have closer to home. I'll bring you to this story as investigators say a Philadelphia apartment complex. This is an unarmed security guard fighting for his life this morning after being gunned down by a tenant, they say, who was later found hiding from police in some bushes. So this is a 46-year-old security officer, not armed. According to police, investigators believe that an argument preceded the shooting, and officers from Philadelphia police were called to the Walnut Park Plaza apartments, and this was overnight, around midnight into the wee hours of the morning, for reports of this shooting. The security guard was shot one time in his back, rushed to a local hospital, Penn Pres, where he had to go under immediate emergency surgery. And so the 52-year-old suspect, according to police, took off, ran from police, but they were later able to find him and arrest him. So I don't have many more details on this shooter, the alleged shooter, I guess, the 52-year-old suspect. But police are now looking through the surveillance cameras and all that footage at the apartment complex and nearby businesses as well to figure out exactly what happened here.
Hard enough to be a police officer in Philadelphia. Could you imagine being a security guard in Philly and you're not armed?
No.
Could not pay me enough to do that.
No, I mean, that's a great point. And this is, something that is an issue right now. Should these security guards, should they be allowed to be armed? So I'll take you to South Jersey, where police say two men were charged with impersonating first responders at the scene of a car crash. And so this is Route 70 and Main Street. And we know that, and this goes back a month ago, so I'm not sure. I guess their investigation took this long, so this is an update. But Medford Township Patrols, they were dispatched to the scene at that intersection at Route 70 in Medford. This is Mount Holly Road, following the reports of a collision with injuries, in fact. And so upon the arrival, the officers say that 2 of these people were behaving unusually, kind of strange, interfering with operations at the scene. So now they're being identified for the first time. 28-year-old Matthew Schwalbe from West Berlin and 42-year-old Matt Hesser from Delanco. And they were dressed in first responder gear, operating their personal vehicles that were, in fact, equipped with emergency lights, with all the sirens, all of that. And so they were dressed in such a way that, the first responders who are the officials at first thought maybe that they, were actually, official as well, started realizing what's going on here. This is very strange. So now they've investigated, and now they're saying that they are being charged because they actually impeded and disrupted the scene.
All these people impersonating
Mm-hmm.
like that scumbag who killed those 2 people in Minnesota who was impersonating a cop.
Yeah.
That guy in Philly in the Northeast who was impersonating an ICE officer holding up that auto body shop or whatever it was, and now this.
Yeah.
It's a lot of. I guess you can get knockoff.
Pretty easily
uniforms anywhere. You can just go to Amazon or something.
And especially the lights that you put in the siren that you put on top of
Yeah,
your car.
it's a little unnerving too. You have to think about it every time you get pulled over. Like,
Well, here's my recommendation. This is exactly where I was going. If you get the feeling, and I'm somewhat being tongue in cheek here, but if you get pulled over and you immediately suspect that you might be on the wrong end of somebody trying to impersonate it, just whip your vehicle around and pull in behind the guy that pulled you over, and just to see if they have a municipal government license plate. That's what I would do.
Well,
and if they do, I'd be like, officer, I just had to confirm your identity.
I don't know. I mean, as far as women are always told that because in the past, it wasn't like this, like
No.
where they're responding to an accident.
But you're right. It was
scene.
always ladies that were targeted.
It was always women at night. And so police would train even on college campuses, and they still do. And they'll say, if you believe that somebody's trying to pull you over and they're not actual law enforcement because it's an unmarked vehicle, let's say, then what you're supposed to do at night, turn on your interior lights, put on your 4-way flashers, continue, go slow, call 911, and alert the police. Say, I'm being pulled over by somebody. Can you confirm this is a real officer? Usually they will say, come to the nearest, here's where the nearest police office precinct is. And so that's what they advise women to do.
Okay.
Or I guess nowadays, anybody who's being pulled over. But back in the day, and even until fairly recently, we've had those.
Yep.
There was one a couple months ago. Remember this? Where it was somebody who was a guy trying to attack a woman that was a stranger, just thought she was attractive. I mean, so it's a thing.
Mm-hmm. Yep.
So we have that one going on. Gillen, she died after that tragic scooter accident in Aston. This is Delaware County. And so that balloon release that was held in a field at Ridley Middle School. These were middle school children that were best friends. The 11-year-old little girl, she is in critical condition. She remains in critical condition. We've talked a lot about the case. On the scooter, they hit a curb, and unfortunately, a vehicle on the road came upon them. And in that section, it's kind of a blind area. The vehicle struck the girls who had fallen into the road. That driver not charged, staying on the scene, doing all the right things, horrified, and calling 911, etc. So now Abby's uncle is calling for Abby's Law to say that all of these, anybody on a scooter, but especially children, but everybody should have to wear a helmet. Where I think this may be difficult for everybody, we don't even in Pennsylvania require motorcycle drivers to wear a helmet.
Yeah.
But I believe Abby's Law, I think the uncle is saying, at least for children, if you buy them a scooter, have them wear a helmet.
If you're a minor, it should be a law, and the parent should be punished if the parent does not make sure that the child is wearing a helmet. Now, adults, I'm fine. Look, if you want to, you got your 18 or older, you get a Harley, a bike, whatever you do, and you don't want to wear that helmet, that's your choice. But I would be totally on board with that with minors.
So, by the way, congratulations to Ralph's Italian Restaurant, 125 years celebrating.
It was just
this
there in
week.
January.
Yes.
Oh, I love that
125 years. Oh, my goodness.
Oh.
And Nick Castellanos, who had been benched for that inappropriate comment, which we still don't know. What did Nick say after being pulled for that defensive replacement? Well, he gets his karma moment because, of course, he was back in the game last night, as we told you, and made that final catch, winning the game. It was very exciting. And so, as we said, speaking with his good actions and talent rather than his dirty words.
You know, I think Nick Castellanos might have a future as a talk show host, especially in the free speech format. You imagine that? 10 years from now, he's washed up, he's 40, he doesn't know what to do with his life. Stalker gives him a weekend shift. Next thing you know, he gives me the boot, and the show's now called Castellanos and Company.
Oh, there you go.
Could see it happening.
And this was crazy, just a final story about an animal rescue story. These were some exotic animals that Philadelphia's ACCT, Philadelphia, the animal shelter, the city's animal shelter, they saw their fair share of some very exotic animals, looked more like a zoo. I'm not talking dogs and cats, but we're talking scales and feathers. So they're the only open shelter that's an intake shelter as far as for the city of Philadelphia that would take in these kinds of exotic animals, from quail to pheasants to, yes, an alligator. And so in this one, they're showing this video of their newest residents, including a gator. So when they get an alligator, for example, you can't adopt it. They have to find a home for it like a zoo. But they have some they were just talking about their exotic animals, and they got a gator.
Okay.
Got a gator.
Well,
not
some people,
Florida.
No, but we had the guy last year in Philly. Remember at the Phillies game? Emotional support animal.
That's true.
ESA gator.
Maybe they'll train him.
Yeah.
There you go.
There you go.
So we are sponsored this morning in Kayal and Company by Wisfis Bank. So where there's a Wisfis, there's a way at WSFS Bank and Bryn Mawr Trust. Your goals matter. Discover local expertise with national capabilities, all with the personal service you deserve. WSFS, we stand for service. Wisfis Bank, thank you for sponsoring Kayal and Company News Live on this hot day. We are heating up, steamy, and a little stormy, Nick.
That is correct, Dawn. Already 75 degrees, going up to 91. 70% chance of showers with some severe thunderstorms in the afternoon. It's all brought to you by MTRule.com, your Generac generator experts. That's MTRUHL.com. 855-839-1210 if you want to jump in. Tony, Ray, Ed, everybody on hold. We'll get to your calls when we come back. But first, a word from our friends at the Piazza Auto Group. An exciting time for the Piazza Auto Group, and especially their 5 Honda dealerships, because Honda has won more 2025 Kelley Blue Book Consumer Choice Awards than any other brand out there. That includes Best Overall Brand, Most Trusted Brand, and Best Value Brand. Whether you're eyeing the Accord, the CR-V, or the Pilot SUV, or if you want to have a Ridgeline truck like yours truly, you're choosing a vehicle that's backed by real drivers, just like yourself, just like Nick Kayal. Come experience the award-winning excellence at Piazza Honda. 5 locations in Philadelphia, Langhorne, Pottstown, Reading, or Springfield. Shop online at piazzahonda.com and check out all of today's special offers.
Hi, this is Dom Giordano. Excited that summer's here. Excited to head down to the shore to Mulligan Shore Bar in Wildwood Friday, June 20th. We're going to solve the sauce versus gravy debate once and for all, but you have to be there in person to vote, plus the Elvis debate. And yes, it's Dom Giordano Day. Our headliner, Scott Presler, will be there. Get the fun, the food, the drink too at our Summer White House, Mulligan Shore Bar, 310 West Hildreth Avenue in Wildwood. Tomorrow, noon till 3 on Talk Radio 1210 WPHT.
I really need funding to expand my inventory.
Swish Funding can help you expand inventory, upgrade equipment, and boost your cash flow.
Well, okay, but I need funding fast.
Swish Funding provides funding from $25,000 to $2 million with payment terms tailored to your needs and cash in your account in less than 24 hours.
So what's the catch?
No catch. If you've been in business for at least 1 year with monthly revenue of $50,000, you could qualify. Just go to swishfunding.com to apply. That's swishfunding.com.
Hi, this is Dom Giordano with big news. Rescues Natural Supplements is rolling back the clock. and prices. That's right, the supplements you trust at prices you haven't seen in over a decade. Plus, they're offering a massive 33% off on top of already discounted 2010 rollback pricing. That's every product, omega-3s, probiotics, joint support, everything. Prices roll back to get you ready for summer. Just use that code WELLNESS at checkout for 33% off your entire order on Rescue single bottles. To order, call a Rescue product consultant, 800-26-ALIVE. That's 800-262-5483. Or shop online by visiting res-q.com. That's res-q.com. Feel better, get active, turn back the clock with Rescue's 2010 pricing. Wellness, WELLNESS, for 33% off on top of the 2010 rollback pricing. Get healthy, get saving at res-q.com. Do it today.
Bring on the summer heat with huge savings when you replace your old, inefficient windows and doors with my good friends at Guida Door and Window. Right now, Guida is offering their best discounts of the year with their big 40% off summer sales event on all expertly installed windows and doors. If you got drafty windows you've been meaning to replace, then get 40% off each window you buy. That's right, 40% off all high-performance, energy-efficient triple-pane windows. You need new doors? Then Guida's got you covered there as well with 40% off all high-quality entry doors, patio doors, garage doors, and storm doors. Plus, start your project with no money out of pocket and pay it off interest-free for up to 18 full months. Do not let these incredible savings pass you by. Go Guida right now so you can take advantage of these limited time savings. All prior sales excluded. Offer expires July 31st. So call Guida today to schedule a free in-home estimate at 877-GO-GUIDA or go to GoGuida.com. That's go, GUIDA.com.
I'm Emma Greed, and I've spent the last 20 years building, running, and investing in some incredible businesses. The more success I've had, the more people started coming to me with questions. How do you start a business? How do you raise money? How do I bounce back from failure? On my new podcast, Aspire with Emma Greed, I'll be answering these questions and more through weekly conversations with the smartest minds out there. Listen to and follow Aspire with Emma Greed, an Odyssey podcast, available now, wherever you get your podcasts.
$5,000. That's the average amount of money people in the U.S. are now spending on gas in a year. $5,000. That's crazy. If you drive, you have to download Upside, the free app that gives you cash back every time you get gas. That's right. You can earn real cash back with Upside just by buying the gas you're already buying. You can literally start earning cash back today.
I use Upside every time I fill up, and I've already made around $200-$300.
You're putting gas in your car anyway. Why not get real cash back? If you like free money, download Upside.
I'm saving the cash I earn from using Upside to help pay for a vacation later this year.
Download the free Upside app now to earn cash back every time you buy gas. Use promo code CODE to get an extra 35 cents per gallon on your first tank. You can cash out anytime right to your bank, PayPal, or a gift card for Amazon and other brands. Just download the free Upside app and use promo code CODE for a 35 cents per gallon bonus on your first tank. That's code CODE for a 35 cents per gallon bonus.
Hey, this is Larry Steinitz with Investor Schooling. I've been talking about myself for all these years. Now it's time for you to hear from one of our great clients.
Investor Schooling lives up to the promises. Larry's a great teacher, teaches about the whole new approach to thinking about money. I've taken to heart many of the things that he's taught me, and my financial life has improved.
Come to Investor Schooling, and you could be just like Charlie and change your financial life. Go to investorschooling.com. We will see you Thursday.
Have you subscribed to our YouTube channel yet? Do it today at 1210 WPHT. WPHT.
Slow dancing.
Ain't seen nothing yet.
I feel like I'm slow dancing in 1982 prom.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I'm pretty comfortable in every element of life.
You tried.
If you want to see me out of my element, put me on a dance floor.
Try and slide that hand down a little bit.
Stop it, Gregory.
those old high school tricks. Maybe get your first
hickey under the bleachers.
Feel of a cheek.
855-839-1210.
I'm talking about like 8th and 9th grade dances.
Oh. Dawn, did your boys go to dances when they were in junior high and
Sure.
senior high?
David just had a school dance just like last month.
Did you
He
shout?
got,
did
he
you
got
or
married
Lara Bear?
yesterday.
Who did? David?
David.
What?
He got married. I didn't tell you guys?
What?
So it's senior week down the shore.
Oh, boy.
I shouldn't say that. So here's the thing. They figured out that because they all wanted to rent a boat.
Yeah.
So they figured out, they looked it up. This is how smart these kids are. They said, oh, we get a huge discount if it's a wedding. Get like, this huge.
Oh, it's brilliant.
So they said, who's got a tux? And of course, we have like the Larry and I from our past lives, so we got the tuxedo closet.
Sure.
For Larry's like Access Hollywood days, the Armani tux.
Okay. Ooh.
Which David fits, now.
Right.
Because he's.
And Larry doesn't.
And of course, it's like this gorgeous Armani tux. It's perfectly, he's worn it like twice in his life. So yeah, David's like 6'3" and I don't know, 180.
So
do you know what I mean? Or 175.
Did he pretend to marry his buddy, his dude, and then?
No, it's a girl. It's a,
Oh,
they
it's a
have
girl.
girls and guys.
That's an amazing.
So
That's an amazing scam.
But they had to have they needed somebody with a legit tux. She
Okay.
wore a wedding dress, the rose, the boutonniere, the flowers, the bouquet. They went out in this boat and had a wedding.
Did they dance to "Waiting for a Girl Like You" by
so
Foreigner?
that's what I thought. I wonder what music they had.
That's actually an amazing scene. So they got a discount because it was a
Because
wedding.
It was, and so it's not a lie. It was a wedding,
right?
You know what I mean? Who's to say?
Who's the lucky Mrs. Menti now?
I don't want to say her name.
Okay,
but she's
yeah, I
very
get
pretty.
Yeah.
Not his girlfriend,
It's-
but just
it's
whoever
not-
had the wedding dress.
It's not the one I met like a
No.
year ago. so.
We don't say her name.
Oh, I'm sorry.
Oh, he's no longer with her.
No.
Oh, okay.
Oh. Harsh breakup?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
That was God. I thought I was gonna die.
Yeah. I remember when I broke up with my first crush when I was 16. Boy, I was rocked.
Yeah.
I was down.
He was crushed.
Good
You
four,
get over
good
it.
4 or 5 days. I didn't want to do
Oh,
anything.
no.
At the end of
This was months. There was this. I thought I was gonna die.
Then my buddies pulled me out. We had a couple of Zimas out back. And I bounced right back.
Greg with those beautiful blue eyes.
Yes.
Did you break up, or did that first high school?
Oh well, there's a whole story behind it that I don't want to get into.
Holy crap! Come on. You know Greg broke up.
I went crazy my first time. I didn't go crazy, but like I dated crazy.
First love. Okay.
Oh boy, that didn't end well.
Yeah.
Oof.
At least you got that out of the way as a minor.
I didn't know how to break up with her, so I kind of stood her up and
just said,
Ooh.
had a friend tell her.
No, yeah, it was bad.
Yeah. Meet me at we'll go to the 7:30 at Regal Cinemas.
She kept calling my house. My mom actually had to step in and said he doesn't like you anymore. Get over it.
Oh my gosh.
I love my mom. She's great. Because I don't like conflict, so I didn't want to handle it. So I would just let her call.
Oh my! And your mom, your poor mom.
Yeah.
God bless her.
Yeah.
Get over it, honey.
See what happens. See what this show can evolve into with just one simple rejoiner from 1982. 855-839-1210. From first loves to transgender surgeries on children, we go. I want to get back to all these callers I promised we would get in. Let me go line 2 first. Ray is in Warminster. What's up, buddy?
Hey, real quick, before I get into it, Don, I got to agree with you. When I met you guys for the first time at the NAC on Inauguration Day, the first thing I said to myself was, my God, Greg's got beautiful blue eyes.
Thank you, Ray. Thank you, Ray. I appreciate that.
You're welcome. So, but I don't know where to begin. By the way, I hope everybody's AC's working at home. But, the transgender surgery, does that trump, so didn't California have a rule that they could take, or law that they could take your child if you did not affirm their gender, and then they'd force a sexual mutilation, let's call it what it is, sexual mutilation surgery on them?
I believe there's multiple states where the state has the authority to come in and take the child from the family.
So would the Supreme Court ruling trump the state's law for that?
Well, this is only specifically in the Tennessee case. I'm hoping it gets to that point. to be honest.
Well, from what I understand, if the Supreme Court rules something like this for a state, it's pretty much, going to be like it's going to be every state, right?
Yes.
So let's hope that happens. Because it's lunacy, and honestly, it starts with the parents and the teachers. It's these kids are brainwashed, and it's a Stockholm syndrome effect, and there's too many bad actors involved with it, So,
I agree.
Finally, some common sense.
Yeah, no doubt, Ray. Appreciate the call. I'm glad he brought up California. So, Dawn, you're saying that they basically every state will have to fall in line in theory, although this will be a great test for Gavin Newsom. Because weeks ago, Gavin Newsom was saying, oh, yeah, men and women's sports, it's unfair. Yeah, you're right, Charlie Kirk. It's common sense. And over the last 2 weeks with the ICE riots, Gavin has come back out and he's been anything Trump says he opposes. What do you think Gavin Newsom will do here now? Because he's trying to paint himself as more of a common sense moderate. Common sense moderates don't subscribe to this.
He is such a pansy.
Yep.
That I think that he'll just say, well, it's the law of the land. What am I going to do? He's not. I don't think he's going to.
You don't think he'll resist and make some outlandish?
No, because I think he's a political animal. He sees the polls. But, the media, you see the media headlines this morning, which we always look at. It's by and large, they're saying, oh, it's a major blow, a devastating loss. Oh, for the trans movement and equal rights, it's a stunning setback. That's how they're wording this. Mm-hmm. And not that it's for the protection of children. And by the way, it has nothing to do with the quote unquote trans movement or anything of that nature. This has to do with just protecting children. And these are invasive procedures. This has nothing to do with if a kid wants to go by their pronouns or you be you, but this is about invasive surgeries.
Yeah, you're right. And the irony of this coming down right smack dab in the middle of Pride Month to boot. Let's go to Tony in Pottstown. Hola, amigo.
Hold on, I'm feeding my alligator. This is my emotional pet. There we go. Hey, what's up, everybody?
What's up, dude?
No, it's so sad how this whole situation with the kids and the surgery. I was talking to Screamer. It's like when I grew up, I used to walk 2 hours each side to go to school, right? And this is in the rain, this is in the heat, this is a totally different planet over there. But we weren't concerned about nobody feeling like, I don't know, gay or any type of way. Our parents, I grew up in 3 households, right? The first household was my parents' house, which it was a little bit of money and freedom. I could do anything I want. Then I moved to my grandmother's house, which it was old school, strict, and poor. Then I moved to my aunt's house, which it was no freedom, poor, and bad. My aunt was a really bad person. But none of them actually, they were worried about me feeling or, we were just trying to survive. I think our kids in this country need more freedom, more discipline, and the parents need to, parent up and be parents and be the adults. Stop with the emotions, stop with the choices, stop with the agreeing. We need to be parents. We need to be adults.
Yeah. No, you're right. Tony, Dawn says it all the time. I think I have this correct, Dawn. Freedom of speech and free speech in your house with your kids does not exist, right?
Right. You don't have freedom of speech in my house.
Yeah, exactly. This whole thing of and I'm all for letting kids make some decisions on their own and learn the hard way. Now I've been telling, because my daughter Olivia, she loves to make eggs for us on the weekend for breakfast. So she's really good at it, and I'm supervising her. My wife supervises her, and she's like, I want to do it on my. Please don't be over my shoulder the whole time. So I've told her countless times, make sure you turn the stove off, make sure you don't touch the burner. It's hot. And I'm at the point now where, if she accidentally burns her finger on the stove, it's a lesson to be learned, right? Eventually you have to give your kid a little bit of rope and let them figure things out on their own. But some of this stuff is just absurd. I mean, some parents didn't even realize what was going on in their child's lives until the pandemic hit. And then they were like, wow, my kid's around all the time. I got to see what they're up to. And it was like an eye-popping experience. Yet some of these parents out there that are completely oblivious to everything in their kid's life, except for the fact that Bobby wants to become Bernadette, and then they go through with that? No. To me, it's child abuse. Absolutely. I just want to give you these numbers, by the way, because Tony triggered something in my head. I was just searching this while he was talking with us. So I just looked up to see how much money was made in America with minor transgender surgeries. Now, for what this is worth, this is the AI overview automatic response on a Google search. So I don't have a direct source, but it says specifically the U.S. sex reassignment surgery market size was estimated at $2.1 billion in 2022, expected to reach $2.3 billion in 2023. The market is projected to continue growing, with forecasts suggesting it could reach $5 billion a year by 2030. Now, with that SCOTUS ruling, maybe that changes. And regarding minor transgender surgeries, a watchdog group reported, and Dawn, you probably reported this at some point in the last couple of years, that nearly $120 million was made from sex change treatments for minors since 2019. A report in Pennsylvania revealed that over $20 million in taxpayer dollars were used to sex reassignment and transition-related services and drugs for minors between 2015 and 2023. So an 8-year stretch here in this state, $20 million in taxpayer dollars going to this. I mean, we lose our mind over our tax dollars going to NPR and PBS, and rightfully so. Now just think about your taxpayer dollars going to somebody's 12-year-old having their breasts chopped off.
Yeah, and I know that when they look, and Beth Ann Rossica with Broad and Liberty, she's the local mom who we've talked to for, she was previously a Democrat, educator, PhD, had a mom and, married mom in the burbs, and became a Republican over this and educational issues during the pandemic. So she's one of our local moms who saw the light and saw this and couldn't believe it. And she's become a great investigative reporter. But she had posted, some of her numbers to bolster what you're saying. Even look at the past decade. It was, when you had these kind of treatments, $58,000 a decade ago, $58,000. And just locally, and this is Pennsylvania Medicaid funds on so-called medical interventions and the treatment of gender dysphoria in children. And these numbers actually reflect only till 2023. Because she had to file all these Freedom of Information requests.
Right.
The bottom line is the 2023 numbers are $5 million. And this is just in our region. This is not the whole state of Pennsylvania. But more than $5 million. That's what we were up to 2 years ago, as opposed to $58,000 in 2015. And so that's the treatment of quote unquote gender dysphoria. And how have those treatments changed as well?
Right. Staggering. While we're on this subject, as we wrap it up, I teased earlier, J.D. Vance was censored and shut down on social media. Headline from the New York Post: J.D. Vance gets suspended from ex-competitor Blue Sky just 12 minutes after his first post. They write the following: Vice President J.D. Vance was suspended from left-leaning social media platform Blue Sky on Wednesday, just minutes after joining and sharing his first post. He I guess, posted, they don't call it tweeted, I don't know. He Blue Skyed the following, quote, "Hello, Blue Sky. I've been told that this app has become the place to go for common sense political discussion and analysis," Vance wrote in his first post on the ex-competitor. "So I'm thrilled to be here with you and engage with all of you." The vice president then went on to weigh in on the Supreme Court's ruling that upheld Tennessee's restrictions on transgender medical treatment for minors. He says, quote, "To that end, I found Justice Clarence Thomas's concurrence on medical care for transgender youth quite illuminating." And within 12 minutes, his account was suspended and deleted by Blue Sky Social.
It also wasn't him who posted. One of his staff members did. Yeah. There's zero chance the vice president is posting on Blue Sky.
Oh, you
zero chance. Oh, yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, it's one of his staff members.
Axios's Mark Caputo tweeted back reported that the account was reestablished after saying, quote, "Not found, account suspended." The ban was brief as the vice president's account was reinstated just minutes later. According to Blue Sky's community guidelines, it apparently did not run afoul of any of their community guidelines. I don't like, by the way, I think politicians should officially ban staffers from posting on their accounts. Same thing with companies as well.
It gets them in trouble. It gets him in trouble. I mean, look at the kerfuffle that happened with Mike Lee. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
Like it's you know, like it's a dumb
Mike Lee from Utah?
Yeah.
What did he
posted? Do? He has his own account, based Mike Lee or whatever.
Okay.
And then he has like his official account and on
his office account.
Yeah, and on his own account he posted something about the shooter. You know.
Which shooter?
The shooter in Minnesota.
Oh.
Being a leftist Democrat, and now we know that's not true.
Oh.
But it didn't stop him from posting it, and he didn't take it down. He eventually took it down.
Interesting.
But it wasn't him that posted it. It was one of his staffers.
You're
that
probably
posted
right.
it.
Yeah.
So,
The New York Times headline was Mike Lee draws outrage for post blaming assassination on the far left.
Yes.
That's the NYT headline.
All right. 855-839-1210. What is on Greg Stocker's cut sheet? We are finding out in just a few minutes. It's Kayal and Company here on Talk Radio 1210 WPHT.
You've heard me talk about replacing my windows and doors with Chapman Windows, Doors, and Siding for years now. And I want to tell you that there is a Chapman difference. Core values centered around high-quality workmanship, outstanding service, exceptional products, and yes, a team of full-time employees that empower you rather than try to, sell you something. It's the reason why they have great reviews as well as in the community business awards. They're so highly respected. And yes, if you look up their Google reviews, they have hundreds and hundreds, 4.9 star ratings on there. It's a pleasure to work with the Chapman family team. They get it. They understand that listening to your unique needs, that's paramount in achieving the look, the personality of your project. And they're going to work with you on all the colors, the textures, the styles that are going to fit your budget. And Chapman has financing options available as well. They're going to make your exterior remodeling project a reality. You can call, you can text. They're local, they're like-minded. You can also look them up online, chapmanwindowsdoors.com. Take that virtual tour. As far as the texting or calling, 610-431-8898, 610-431-8898, chapmanwindowsdoors.com. I can tell you as far as my review, well, as opposed to a 4.9 or a 5, I give them a 10 on the scale. They're a perfect 10. They're really people of integrity, and I'm grateful to the Chapman family team, all the beautiful work they've done in my home. chapmanwindowsdoors.com. Tell them Dawn sent you.
I got to get business cards printed for my entire staff, but where do I even?
That was easy.
Oh, okay, Staples. But can I have bigger stuff printed too, like huge signs and banners?
That was easy.
Nice. And what if I had to ship a package?
That was easy.
Have my passport photo taken?
That was easy.
Coffee and snacks?
That was easy.
What about the latest laptops?
That was
Earbuds
easy.
and headphones?
That was
Office
easy.
chairs?
That was easy.
I think I also need to get some Staples.
Seriously?
I had to ask.
For everything your business needs to get the job done.
Staples. That was easy.
With Fidelity Wealth Management, a dedicated advisor gets to know you and your goals to build a comprehensive plan to help grow and protect your wealth. Backed by a team of specialists, they'll analyze all your accounts, even the ones they don't manage, to keep an eye on taxes and provide proactive portfolio insights that can help you unlock your wealth's full potential. Learn more at fidelity.com/wealth. Investment minimums apply. Fidelity Brokerage Services, LLC. Member NYSE SIPC.
Patrick was way behind on his IRS taxes.
I was in way over my head. The total amount ended up being somewhere just over $30,000. $30,000.
Then the IRS came to collect.
Started getting letter after letter. A lien had been filed against me. They were going to basically hang me completely out to dry.
He had to do something.
That's when I reached out to Optima Tax Relief.
Patrick's life quickly got a lot easier.
It was very easy, pretty much hands off. They picked up the ball and ran with it.
And how'd it go?
I couldn't believe it. I had to ask 2 or 3 times. I saved an incredible amount of money.
How does Patrick feel about Optima?
Couldn't be happier. They definitely helped me. Optima Tax Relief, the best place to call. They're the best in the business.
Do what Patrick did and call Optima Tax Relief for a free consultation. Call 800-354-2840. 800-354-2840. 800-354-2840.
Optima Tax Relief.
Testimonial from an actual client. Some restrictions apply. For complete details, please visit OptimaTaxRelief.com.
By texting 64,000, you agree to receive recurring automated marketing messages from Babbel. Message and data rates may apply. No purchase required. Terms apply. Available at babbel.com/TNC.
I've always wanted to learn French, but the app I tried didn't help.
If you want to memorize words in another language, there's an app for that.
But if you want to really learn another language, there's Babbel. Babbel was designed by over 200 language learning experts to be the most effective way to learn another language.
With other language learning apps, I was just playing games. I wasn't really learning. Babbel's different. Every time I open the app, I can choose to work on my writing, speaking, or listening. And it saves my mistakes for me to review, so I'm constantly improving. Before Babbel, I thought I just wasn't good with languages. But now I'm speaking French. Tout ça, c'est grâce à Babbel.
Want to really learn another language? Save up to 50% on your Babbel subscription when you text RADIO to 64,000. That's RADIO to 64,000. Text RADIO to 64,000.
Don Stensland this morning at 10. Kayal and Company now on Talk Radio 1210 WPHT and the free Odyssey app.
It's Kayal and Company, 7:48 Thursday morning. Fight Club in just about an hour and a half. Stay tuned for that. Also, 2 hours from now, another chance to scoop up Joe Conklin tickets. We'll tell you where he will be in July and who will be the special host alongside him. But right now, let's find out what Stalker has stockpiled in his arsenal of clips. Thursday, cut sheet, baby.
Stalker stockpile. The cut sheet! What's on the cut sheet on this Thursday? Sponsored by Amazon. If you love deals, you'll love this. Prime Day is lasting 4 days. How many days, Nick Hale?
4.
4 days this year. That's 4 days of unbelievable deals in every category you can think of, so you can save big on everything you're into. Shop Prime Day, July 8th through the 11th. That's Prime Day, July 8th through the 11th. I like that the salespeople were listening and they changed the copy, or at least they rewrote it.
And don't ask me, I don't know how to phrase it.
Thank you, Amazon, for sponsoring the ever-important Thursday edition of What's on the Cut Sheet. By the way, streaming live on YouTube, youtube.com/@1210WPHT. Please get on over there right now. Hit the like and subscribe buttons. If you have a day off or whatever, you're working, whatever, just pop some on YouTube. All right, have you guys been following this, the Karen Reed trial?
Yes. Yeah, decent amount.
She was found not guilty yesterday in the murder of her Boston police officer boyfriend, John O'Keefe. For those of you who don't know, just a quick overview, and I'll let Dawn fill in some of the details. Reed was accused of drunkenly hitting her boyfriend with a car before leaving the scene. O'Keefe was found early in the morning by Reed unresponsive and lying in the snow. Reed was allegedly with 2 women, Jennifer McCabe and Carrie Roberts, when she found him. They both testified against her. They claimed Reed had called them panicked that she couldn't find O'Keefe. McCabe said Reed repeatedly said multiple times, "I hit him." So there's a lot of conflicting reports on this, but a jury found her not guilty. But found her guilty of what? Drunken driving, right? So
drunken driving,
lesser, yeah.
Yeah, so she'll serve probation for that.
This was how this was the verdict being announced yesterday on Fox News. Roll this.
Mr. Foreman, on docket number 2282CR117001, murder in the second degree, what say you? Is the defendant at the bar guilty or not guilty?
Not guilty.
So say you, Mr. Foreman? So say you? No. Do you agree?
Yes.
Do all of you agree?
Yeah, cool.
Thank you. 002. What say is the defendant at the bar not guilty or guilty?
Not guilty.
Is not guilty or guilty of that charge or any lesser included charge? Thank you. Specifically, number 5, operating under the influence of liquor by operating a motor vehicle with a blood alcohol level of 0.08 or greater. Correct?
Yes.
So say you, Mr. Foreman?
Guilty.
So say you all?
Yes.
003. What say is the defendant at the bar leaving the scene after accident resulting in death? Is the defendant not guilty or guilty? So say you, Mr. Foreman?
You can hear the cheering outside. The problem with this, the problem with this is this kind of took on like this cult-like status. Like she's like a rock star.
Yeah.
You should see her. So we have a little bit of her. She addresses the media after the verdict was read, and like you could hear all the people screaming and cheer. Roll this.
Yeah.
Number 1 is I could not be standing here without these amazing supporters who have supported me and my team financially and, more importantly, emotionally
she put up
for
a
almost
GoFundMe.
4 years.
Of course.
And the second thing I want to say is no one has fought harder for justice for John O'Keefe than I have and my team. Thank you.
So you want to see it reopened? Karen, you want to see the case reopened?
This was the second trial for this, because the first one, I believe, Dawn, was a hung jury, or the jury couldn't decide.
Could not come to a decision.
And she's going to search for justice for John O'Keefe. You're like OJ's going to search for the killer of Nicole.
So when they put her on trial for a second time, like she had to sell her house because she had to pay all these lawyer fees and everything.
Course.
So they started a GoFundMe page for her.
What does Dawn always say? Lawyers always win?
Yeah. So, but yeah, they were arguing that it was a police cover-up.
Yes.
That was her.
They framed her.
Yes.
That John's fellow cops somehow blamed her and framed her for this.
Yeah.
And her attorneys, her defense team, said, look at all their texts and their deleted texts. And that's what they focused on to create reasonable doubt in this case.
Are you? I'm shocked that she was acquitted. I mean, even her friends, with what you just said, right, Greg?
Yeah.
Her friends
dined her out.
How? I don't understand what goes through the mind of a jury, and I understand reasonable doubt, and the whole differentiation between reasonable doubt in a criminal court versus civil court. The preponderance of the evidence, the threshold is higher. But man, that's great lawyering. Although I think a killer got let free.
Well, but the jury.
I would agree.
I think that's why what was circulating yesterday was you referenced it, the OJ. That this is the modern day OJ.
Like. Yes. That's exactly what it felt like.
Because, to your point, Greg, the stunning piece of this is these are her friends who are, girlfriends who are with her.
Yep.
Who tell a different story.
Yeah, they're like, no, she told us she hit him. She called us in a panic.
Yeah, and left him in the snowbank to die.
Yep. Yeah.
She was in her Lexus. They reportedly had this argument. And she allegedly had, the prosecutors had said she hit him with the vehicle and just left him there.
Now, I didn't follow the case extensively, but if you're going to say your defense is that the police are framing her, what did the lawyers say? And if nobody has the answer, I totally understand it. And we haven't really even talked about this on the show at all. How did they frame her? Who was it?
Well, you don't have to prove. No.
Yeah, you just have to create reasonable doubt.
No, I know, but
that was why if it doesn't fit, you must acquit.
Yes, but I'm saying as far as the defense lawyers go for her, if your argument is that the police have framed my client, I just would like to know the specifics in that courtroom when the defense attorney has their chance to speak as to how they've arrived at this conclusion. This is their argument defense. No, it wasn't my client. The police, I just want to know the specifics of what they said. I know they don't have to prove it. You just have to punch holes through the prosecution.
Yeah. I don't know.
Well, her lawyers argued, I know, like in the first trial, they had almost 50 witnesses between both sides. And so I think that first trial was that they had too many. Yeah. They had too many witnesses, and they just keep it simple.
Yeah.
But in that one, her defense team has said she never struck him, like all of this, and that it was this big conspiracy that it was the cops.
So the cops hit him and then left him to die.
That's how they created the reasonable doubt, because they said, look at all their texts back and forth. It's just really
a lot of dummies on this jury.
Well, this is Boston.
Yeah.
I mean, Boston. We've talked a lot about Boston. Take any issue.
Yeah,
they're all a-holes.
They're cray-cray.
Now, will there be I'm wondering if there will be if they really quote believe that the police set them up. Will this lady now go to a civil court and seek damages against the police department? Because remember, O.J. Simpson went to civil court after this as well.
Yep.
And was found liable.
by the way, this is so that happened yesterday. I just want to. This has been like the trial started in April, I believe, and it's been like I think a lot of networks have been like airing a lot of the
Americans love this too.
Oh, they do.
That's why it's aired.
Yeah,
because people tune in for it.
You know, it's an allegedly maybe or maybe not crazy, semi-attractive woman.
Well, remember
police officer, like the whole thing.
Yeah, you have to
police cover up. Like the whole thing is just
there has to be a sex appeal.
Absolutely,
right?
Absolutely.
Like Nicole Brown Simpson, she was hot.
Yeah,
and of course you have the inner dynamics of a mixed marriage, celebrity football player. Same thing with Scott Peterson and Lacey Peterson. They look like the all-American couple. You know, Scott Peterson looked like he could be a TV anchor. Lacey Peterson was the every man's perfect image of a wife. That's what you want to take home to mom.
Yep.
I remember my wife has watched all of the Scott Peterson stuff.
Me and my wife are going through a whole thing right now where we're watching a lot of those true crime things on Netflix. And there's a lot of really good ones.
But the key thing that I think about, and I think that's what stuck out to Greg as far as the Reed trial. This attractive blonde woman, slight woman. She comes out and tells this story that no, I never hit him. But I do think that the key evidence was one of her girlfriends who has consistently, this is Jennifer McCabe, who is, I mean, she's a friend. Mm-hmm. And she says she recalls the frantic phone call that she got from her girlfriend. Frantic phone call. She was awakened, right, by this frantic phone call from Reed, who is frantic, hysterical, and said that, talked about a detailed search for John O'Keefe, the officer, at his house, and then at a different place, then finds him in the snow. But she testified that Karen Reed was telling a first responder, I hit him. I hit him. I hit him. And that's what she was testifying.
Yes.
So they have the first responder testifying. Yeah, she told me I hit him. I hit him with the vehicle.
Not guilty.
I mean, I don't understand.
Well, apparently, I was talking to somebody yesterday who was following this case a lot closer than I was, and he just said that the defense just handled this awfully, like just awful. So it
the prosecution.
The prosecution. Sorry, yes, handled this awfully. So it is just. I mean, it all comes down to that. Like, look, we bring up OJ. It's like high-powered lawyers, man. You have a good lawyer, they can get you off on anything. Honestly.
Yeah.
All right. Speaking of drunk women. Get on over to YouTube, youtube.com/at1210WPHT if you want to see this. This is 11 film. This is why I never fly Southwest. A drunk Southwest Airlines passenger was arrested after having a meltdown on a plane before takeoff at LaGuardia Airport. This is 32-year-old Leanna Perry, who was seen kicking and screaming on the ground after assaulting a woman on the plane. We had to bleep a lot of this out.
Oh, this is unbelievable.
But this woman is leaning over the seat. She grabs the woman by the hair, and then they have to physically restrain her.
This is so wild that when I sent this to Stalker, I even said in the email, I said, this can't be real.
Yeah.
Like my AI detector I was just waiting for Greg to be like, it's fake, bro.
I was going to. I actually did research on this. I think we've had this for a day because I wanted to see if it was real or not, and it 100% is. I don't know if we have that part, but at the very end, you see the police taking her out on a gurney, strapped down with a thing over her mouth because she starts spitting on people. Yeah. Like she's wasted.
They treated her like Lecter.
Yeah. You have to see this video, youtube.com/at1210WPHT. All right, Phil, roll it.
Stay there.
Don't
Let
touch
me show.
people.
No.
Don't touch
No, this is where her asshole is. Do not touch her. Look at her. Shut
you
the
can't.
Don't f***ing touch me. Step back.
She grabs it.
Can we pause it right there and leave it? Just leave the box in there. Let's pause it real quick. Obviously, I don't condone anything that's happening, but at least the girl being pulled with that by her hair, she's wearing a COVID mask.
Yeah.
It's kind of justified.
It's a black COVID mask.
It's just I had to get that little
more
jab
rare.
in there. All right, continue, Philip.
All right, roll it.
I'm not. Andre, I'm not even touching your hair. Andre, we need the police right now.
You need to let go
We
right
need
now.
those 911.
She's still holding the hair.
You need to let go.
911 back.
You need to let go right now.
This is way too long. Somebody needs to rip her arm off.
Well, there's nobody. I mean, there's nobody there.
No.
I didn't want to sit next to that lady. Let go.
Well, there's a Southwest employee.
Let go over here.
You guys are already past the point of no return. You're already past the point of no return. Let go of her hair, miss. Y'all see me. You know it's
How about the girl with the mask just sitting there taking it?
I
Yeah, put me
know.
on the ground.
I know. She should have gotten up and decked
Clocked her, yeah.
But instead, she's
Look at this
calmly
fat
like,
lady.
Yeah.
Look at this fat ass. She can't even look. You can't even see her stomach. It's horrible. Look at her outfit.
Now, is she being zip tied?
This fat ass. Hilarious. You can't
This-
even show your mouth because you're embarrassed.
all right, stop it for a second. You can tell.
These people drunk.
This woman is drunk. Absolutely, yeah. Yes,
Okay.
Yes.
Drunk or just absolutely insane?
Well,
No, she's on.
no. I mean, the report was that she was drunk.
Oh, okay.
But yet you see her. She's just. You can see the way women think.
Yep.
Like, you're fat. Yeah, you're fat. You're fat.
Yeah. It
can't
gets
even see
better,
her
too.
stomach.
Yeah.
All right, keep going, Phil.
You can't even see it because you're embarrassed. Shut the up.
Who is the one?
Sorry, I can't hear you. I can't hear you. Who's never gonna lay it again?
Now she's talking to the guy
I'm
next
sorry,
to her.
black guy.
Uh-oh.
My boyfriend's black, so shut my boyfriend's black guy. My boyfriend's a black. My boyfriend's black. My boyfriend's a black guy.
She's crazy, man.
Oh, there's the spitting. Oh, look at that.
By the way, very, very low energy spitting.
Yeah. Yeah. I mean, I don't know that there's anything more disrespectful in this life than spitting on somebody.
So she's identified as 32-year-old Leanna Perry.
Look at her on the floor. Phil, just roll the last 4 seconds. I just want to see her on the floor again. Well, watch this here. Last 5 seconds. Yeah, here we go. Cuffed up. Now look at her on the floor. Put her in a straitjacket. I don't know what she's doing.
No. They put her in handcuffs or they zip tied her or something. Why did somebody honestly, somebody should have. The Southwest attendants there should have taken her head and smashed it into the seat.
Yeah.
Knocked her out.
Yeah. I mean,
seriously.
she was given way too much of a leash.
Absolutely.
Way too much.
She should have been curb stomped when she was on the ground.
Like Seth Rollins.
Yeah.
Boom.
But I don't really understand why was she, other than being drunk and crazy, what triggered this whole thing?
I think she said she just didn't want to sit next to a fat person.
Well, no, there was something with the phone. She had something with the phone where we had to bleep it out because guys in the back there, a-hole, there's a reason I say a-hole because you can't say it on the radio. So please beep that out next time. Thank you. There was something about a phone that they were arguing over, and I don't know if she took her phone or whatever, and that's when the woman grabbed her hair. If you go to the actually go to the very no, we can't because my
was
crap
she
staff
showing
can't.
because the person arrested here, the woman, the drunk woman arrested, who's been identified by police.
Yeah,
she made a comment to the lady who she was grabbing. Your boyfriend's private part,
yes,
that starts with a D, is 2 inches long. It's embarrassing. I'm so sorry about your boyfriend. Was the woman who she's targeting looking at pics from her boyfriend?
Oh,
here,
is that what was going on here? I'm just trying to understand.
I just did the work of my staff. So let me play it again. Start it over, Phil. Start it over. Start the video over.
This is crazy.
Go.
Stay there.
Don't
Let me
touch
show.
people.
Touch her.
Don't
No.
touch her. Don't touch
No,
her.
this is where her is. Do not touch her. Look at her. Shut up. Don't f***ing touch me. Miss, step back.
I got
Let go. No.
She's single, guys.
Let go of her hair.
do that.
Let go, man. Let go of her hair.
Look how embarrassing that is. Two dudes and they can't get her left arm off the hair.
I know.
There's a big TSA security guard and a civilian, I think, with a hat on.
You need to let go right now.
Dawn, at this level, you would You would justify somebody putting her in a chokehold, right? Some dude putting her in a chokehold.
Well, you could probably take her wrist or her arm.
Yeah.
And if you pressure point the right places, you could probably get her to release by pressure point.
Or just as we always say, there's a difference between men and women. Overpower her.
Yeah.
She's
Well, I think they were
110
afraid.
pounds.
Yeah. She has a grip. She's tiny, but she has quite a grip.
Well, she's drunk too.
And on this other lady's head,
Yeah.
on her scalp, and they don't want to rip the lady's hair out.
I'm totally disappointed that
Unbelievable.
nobody, took the fight to her, because this would have been an epic Fight Club submission.
I was just gonna say
but
that.
because everybody's a pansy.
Yes.
Yeah. All we had was cut sheet. Cut sheet's good, but if it can elevate the Fight Club, I want it to be Fight Club.
Yeah.
It's about the show, darn it. Come on, Southwest.
Southwest Airlines simply saying their statement was the customer involved in the incident was removed from the flight
Bags
and
fly
denied boarding. And then they said, we commend our team at Southwest for their professionalism during the incident.
There's a video floating around. There's a longer video because this is actually a 5-minute video. Jimmy or Phil, if you're in the back, can you get? Seriously, there's a longer video. I want to dissect this.
I did too.
Because there's a lot more to it.
Oh my God!
Find a 4 or 5 minute video. I know it's out there, and edit it, and let's try and have it for 8:30. Thank you guys.
And no a-holes.
But I think it began with something with the woman who she gets mad at is looking at something on her phone.
Yeah.
And that's what triggers the drunk woman who was arrested.
I mean, that's assault. I mean, she's grabbing the hair. She spits on him. There's swinging. This is, again, and maybe some people are going to roll their eyes, this is the byproduct of the defund the police era. And I know the police aren't on the plane here. But this is the world we live in now, where the violator gets every benefit of the doubt because, God forbid, somebody tries to do the right thing. But where we are in 2025, then the person that intervenes trying to be the good Samaritan, you know what this is? This is Daniel Penny. Daniel Penny did the right thing and became the villain by the media and the left. These people probably are like, boy, we got to be very careful because if we get too aggressive, oh my God, the guy was too physical with the woman. This woman is out of her mind. Mm-hmm. And shame on the lady there that's taking it. Yeah, at some point, stand up for yourself. You've got her outweighed 2-1. Just sit on her. Give her a Dumbo drop and it's over.
Now, the woman, the 32-year-old Leanna Perry, she is charged with aggravated assault. So I have no doubt that they'll ban her from, I don't know how they do that. Do they ban her from just Southwest Airlines? Because an airline does have that right.
Yeah, sure.
To say that you have a lifetime ban, don't ever try to fly.
Give her jail time.
I agree. I think she should get jail time.
I mean, aggravated assault, of course, if she has no prior history, obviously they might plea it out, lesser charge, blah, blah, blah. Stuff her in the can for 90 days. We'll see whose hair she pulls then when she's sober.
But she kicks, Greg will show it, but I mean, at one point she kicks her legs up.
Oh,
she's
yeah.
like flailing. She's throwing this fit. It's bizarre.
Yeah.
The whole thing is, I can't even imagine what I would do, but if that's me, if somebody targets me, I am amazed that the victim in this just sits there, like you said, and calmly takes it, because I would have punched her in the face.
Good.
I would have punched her.
I would love to see you.
Oh, God, I would love to see that.
Oh, no,
too.
I would have she would have been down, out. Like, I would have punched her I would have gone for the nose. Go for the nose, go for the face.
She's there with...
Pummel her.
It seems to me that she's there, the woman who's getting her hair pulled is there with her boyfriend, because later on in the clip, like Dawn says, like she insults his manhood, saying he has a 2-inch, thingy. And so she's there with a guy. Like, if I'm her husband or boyfriend or whatever, I'm getting up and I'm helping her.
Of course.
Like, get this, drunk, see you next Tuesday, off of my wife.
Dawn would have called her the T word.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah.
I would have, it would have been a KO.
No,
I would have won Fight Club.
I would have dropped so many C words and T words.
I wouldn't even do that.
Oh,
I would just say, let go.
I love that
All
word.
you have to say is, let me go.
I love that word.
She's assaulting me, and Boom.
It's the one thing the
in
Brit,
the right in the nose.
It's the one thing the Brits got right.
It's true.
You have the right to defend yourself.
Yeah, we're so offended by that word in this country. Over in the UK, that you're right. That's the one thing they got right.
Right.
Where they kind of made it like a,
Although I don't know, with what's going on over in England nowadays, you might get it thrown in jail if you use that word.
It's true.
They'll come to your house. By the way, too, speaking of lightweights, let's rip her. It's almost impossible to get drunk at an airport. It's almost impossible. It's $22 for a Bloody Mary.
Yeah.
You go broke before you get drunk at an airport.
If they arrested her, then I wonder if they do a drug test. Because I wonder what else she was on.
What does Sean Ferris say? A long needle, short nap, short something, whatever.
Absolutely.
Give it to her.
Absolutely.
Crazy.
All right, let's play a little bit more from the Tucker Ted Cruz dust up. We played a lot of that yesterday. Let's start here with cut 7. Cruz tries to go biblical on Tucker. Tucker was having none of it. Let's start with 7. Go.
Growing up in Sunday school, I was taught from the Bible, those who bless Israel will be blessed, and those who curse Israel will be cursed. And from my perspective, I want to be on the blessing side of things.
Of those who bless the government of Israel?
Those who bless Israel is what it says. It doesn't say the government of, it says the nation of Israel. So that's in the Bible. As a Christian, I believe that.
Where is that?
I can find it to you. I don't have the scripture off the tip of my... You pull out the phone and use the Google.
It's in Genesis. But so you're quoting a Bible phrase. You don't have context for it and you don't know where in the Bible it is, but that's like your theology? I'm confused. What does that even mean?
Can we just pause it right here? So now I've seen all of 39 seconds of this clip. I haven't watched this clip at all. This is the first time I'm seeing it. But boy, go back to yesterday. How many people are in Iran? Oh, I have no idea. 92 million. Blah, blah, blah. Well, Tucker has got all... What do they say when you're a lawyer? Never ask a question you don't know the answer to. Mm-hmm. It's amazing. He has the answers of everything he's asking Cruz. Cruz has no context of almost anything. Just blah, 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 blah. All right. We can continue.
I'm a Christian. I want to know what you're talking about.
Okay. Where does my support for Israel come from? Number one, because biblically we're commanded to support Israel. But number two...
Well, hold on.
I'm not holding on.
Hold on. You're a senator, and now you're throwing out theology, and I am a Christian, and I am allowed to weigh in on this. We are commanded as Christians to support the government of Israel?
We are commanded to support Israel. And what
does that mean, Israel?
We're told those who bless Israel will be blessed.
But what? Hold on. Define Israel. This is important. Are you kidding? This is a majority Christian country.
Define Israel? Do you not know what Israel is? That would be the country you've asked like 49 questions about.
So that's what Genesis, that's what God is talking about.
The nation of Israel, yes.
So is that the current borders, the current leadership? He's talking about the political entity called Israel?
He's talking about the nation of Israel. Yet nations exist, and he's discussing a nation. A nation was the people of Israel.
Is the nation
They're the descendants
God's
of
referring
Abraham.
to in Genesis, is that the same as the country run by Benjamin Netanyahu right now?
Yes.
It is. Okay.
And by the way, it's not run by Benjamin Netanyahu as a dictator. It's a democratic country that elected.
He's the prime minister.
Right.
What?
But just like, America is the country run by Donald Trump. No, actually, the American people elected Donald Trump. The same principle
This is
there.
silly. I'm talking about the political entity of modern Israel.
Yes, and that is
You believe
Israel.
that's what God was talking about in Genesis.
I do, but
that country's existed since when?
For thousands of years. Now, there was a time when it didn't exist, and then it was recreated just over 70 years ago.
I'm saying, I think most people understand that line in Genesis to refer to the Jewish people, God's chosen people.
That's not what it says.
Okay, Israel, but you don't even know where in the Bible it is.
So I'm actually going to agree with Cruz here. I mean, Tucker's making it about Israel, the political entity, the government of Israel. Ted Cruz, and I don't know what the Bible says on that, but Ted Cruz did not say the government, did not say Benjamin Netanyahu or its political status in the Middle East or its political alliances or anything like that. He just said Israel as a nation. And when I hear as a nation, I hear the people of said country. So I'm actually going to be, after hearing that for the first time, I'm in Ted Cruz's corner on this one. I thought yesterday he looked like a buffoon.
And anti-Semite at all. Roll this.
Do you think that it's just interesting because what you're now describing in a very defensive way, I will say, is foreign influence over our politics.
No.
And you began, and it's so transparently obvious to everybody, I don't know why you would be embarrassed of it. You've said that you are sincerely for Israel. I believe you. I don't think you have some weird agenda. You seem to be sincere.
By the way, Tucker, it's a very weird thing. The obsession with Israel, when we're talking about foreign countries,
it's hardly an obsession.
You're not talking about Chinese, you're not talking about Japanese, you're not talking about the Brits, you're not talking about the French. The question, what about the Jews? What about the Jews?
Oh, I'm an anti-Semite now. Senator,
you're asking the questions, Tucker. You're asking, why are the Jews controlling our foreign policy?
Senator,
that's what you just asked.
Hardly saying that, and I have
That is exactly what you just said.
Well, actually, I can speak for myself and tell you what I am saying.
Good.
Wow. On behalf not simply of myself, but on of my many Jewish friends who would have the same questions, which is to what extent, and it's interesting you're trying to derail my questions by calling me an anti-Semite, which you are.
I did not.
Of course you are. And rather than be honorable enough to say it right to my face, you are in a sleazy feline way implying it, or just asking questions about the Jews. I'm not asking questions about the Jews.
He's calling him the P word.
There's nothing to do with Jews or Judaism. It has to do with the foreign government.
Isn't Israel controlling our foreign policy? That's not about the Jews.
You said, I'm asking.
And by the way, you're the one that just called me, I think, a sleazy feline. So let's be clear.
It's sleazy to imply that I'm an anti-Semite, which you just did.
No, I just said, why is that the only question you're asking? You answer it. Give me another reason. If you're not an anti-Semite, give me another reason why the obsession is Israel.
Directly into my veins.
I'm in no sense obsessed with Israel. We are on the brink of war with Iran. And so these are valid questions.
But you're not asking about Iran or the
If I can finish, you asked me why I'm obsessed with Israel.
Yep.
3 minutes after telling me that when you first ran for Congress, you elucidated one of your main goals, which is to defend Israel.
Yes.
And I'm the one who's obsessed with Israel. I don't see a lawmaker's job as defending the interests of a foreign government, period. Okay. Any government, including the ones that my ancestors come from. So that's my position. That does not make me an anti-Semite. And shame on you for suggesting otherwise. And I mean that.
Shame on you.
That's low, and you know it's low. So why don't you just answer my questions
I'll
in
answer
a
any
straightforward,
question
rational way? You certainly have the IQ to do it.
So shame on you is cute, by the way, Tucker.
It is. It's not
it is.
cute.
I want
I'm
that on my
offended.
board, Jimmy.
I'm obsessed with the Jews. You just told me
You
that
just called me a
ran-
sleazy feline.
It is sleazy to imply that I'm an anti-Semite for asking questions about how my government
Do you
is
want to
run.
count how many questions you asked about? What about the Jews? What about Israel? What about
I
AIPAC?
never asked about the Jews. I have. This has nothing to do with the Jews, whatever that means. This has to do with a foreign government. And once again, shame on you for conflating the two.
Jimmy, I need a lot of that broken up. I want sleazy feline. I want shame on you. I need a Tucker board. We're going to expand the Tucker board.
Look,
go ahead.
Here's the thing with this interview is that it is like it's if we're going to do this, if we're going to get involved in this, and it looks like we are with the bombing, and you can say, you know, how little, how much we're going to get involved, that's fine. But I believe that this needs to be debated.
Oh, yes.
And I'm okay with Tucker Carlson doing this. Mm-hmm. Yes, he was being provocative. Yes, he was trying to get clicks. We all know the business. We all do it. You know what I mean? Like, I understand what he was trying to do. But journalists used to ask tough questions to senators, presidents, stuff like that, who are getting us into a war.
Right. Tucker's merely doing what you're supposed to do 100%. As a journalist, and he's viewed as a provocateur because we have a nation of soft journalism.
You can agree with him, disagree with him. It doesn't matter. Yeah. At least he's pushing back on somebody. Yes. That's all I want to see from my journalist.
And the truth is, it's a very contentious argument to be had when you talk about Israel's influence and the United States alliance between these two countries. And when we talk about, I mean, there's people that are very passionate pro-Israel, and there's a very anti-Israel base in this country. And I'm not even saying anti-Semitic. We know anti-Semitic and anti-Semitism is at unbelievable levels in this country. But I also believe you could be not anti-Semitic and be against the United States continuing to help Israel in foreign conflict. And I think what's going to happen here, and I'll go out on a limb here and I'll make this prediction. You watch, because the Democrats are pro-Middle East right now, anti-Israel. If Trump annihilates Iran and their whole setup with all of their, uranium and enhancements and, the capabilities, here's what you're going to have. You had for 8-9 years the left saying that Trump is Putin's puppet. They are going to spin this to now Trump is Bibi's BI, fill out the rest.
Yep.
Guaranteed. That will be their spin. It'll be from no longer being Putin's puppet to being Benjamin Netanyahu's puppet. And they will, I guarantee you, there'll be a headline that will say Trump bought and paid for by Israel. You can take that to the bank. That's going to be their spin to slander Trump for going in there and doing whatever, which is interesting, and it's very hypocritical because Trump doesn't want to do this. Trump is anti-war. The Democrats are the party right now of war, which is weird how we've had this political realignment. But watch how they try to spin it because they'll do whatever they can to make Trump look like the bad guy. The gymnastics here are incredible.
Okay. So what Ted Cruz, I don't know why he went down the road he went down with the religion, because we have separation of religion and state. So he was quoting as a famous, passage from Genesis, which is also bizarre because if you know that, like from all my years of Sunday school, like Father Abraham has many sons. So Abraham, who was originally Abram, remember, slept with Hagar because, didn't you guys learn this in Sunday school? Because Sarah couldn't have kids.
I slept through that.
So what happened was Hagar was Arab. So Father Abraham, who was known as Abram, is the father of Islam. So that verse in Genesis that says everyone basically who supports the descendants, the children of Abraham, will be blessed. Actually, the Muslims, the Islam religion says that's why they have the fight, because they say, no, we are also the children, the descendants of Father Abraham.
Yeah, right there,
So
I think that's your answer
boom.
right there. Why would Cruz go religious and biblical? Well, let's look at the main crux of this whole conflict.
So it has nothing. Yeah, it has nothing to do with Genesis.
No, but these Arab nations that are radicalized, where they've taken the Muslim faith, which is usually a very largely peaceful faith, they've radicalized a sect of it, and they have, called this a jihad, which is a holy war. So I understand Cruz bringing up the biblical reference because the bad guys, a.k.a. Iran and these terrorist organizations, have said this is a holy war against Israel and its allies.
So Iran says they're not a terrorist backer. They say that they are a peaceful people and a peace-loving people. That's their side. That's what they say.
Right.
And so really what this has to do with, this is essentially, think about, the brother by another mother, and now they become different religions going back thousands of years. What happens after Germany, after World War II, and the creation of 1948, President Harry Truman, look at the history. So they recognize Israel, right?
Yep.
And so now this is what happens. Ever since then, they're resented, and the United States of America supports Israel.
Yep. America has said for 77 years, we're on the side of Israel.
But let us make no mistake that for Ted Cruz or anybody to really say, especially a U.S. senator, that this is about faith and God, let's be honest here. If Israel and that region were not surrounded by oil-rich land, the heart of oil country, whatever you want to say, we wouldn't be talking about. This is about money.
Money's
and it's
the
about
driving
power.
force. You're exactly
it's not
right.
about what God's edict was. So I think that's where Tucker Carlson is. I mean, and Tucker, by the way, I would never want to debate him because he knows every little factoid, and he's gonna, you know what I mean? Like,
we'll do it live.
But I think that had Ted Cruz just been honest about it, that we made this commitment in 1948, and it's like if you make the bed, you sleep in it, and so that's in truth, that's what we've done.
This
in
is
this
about
nation.
This is about oil. This is about war, the military-industrial complex, profiteering off of all of this, and then of course, when you think about the conflicts over there, this is why I say it's a never-ending war. This is why I don't really want to be involved. This is why I just think America should stay out of it, but that will never happen. They don't agree on religion. They don't agree on land. They don't agree on today being Thursday. These two sides despise each other and disagree on everything. And we have these little pockets of peace and moments where things kind of calm down, and then somebody violates an agreement. This is a never-ending war. It's a waste of our time.
Well, the final thing I'm just going to say about money, because remember during the Biden administration, that it became uncertain, and especially remember Senator Bernie Sanders was saying, why are we paying for all of this aid? Because since World War II, our tax dollars have provided more foreign aid to Israel than any other country. It's about $3.8 billion a year in economic and military aid.
Yep.
So the Democrats and the Democrat Party, that during the previous administration, that's what they were talking about, saying we give way too much money to Israel. Why are we doing that? And that was the question.
Yep.
Well, apparently Tucker felt like he done wrong because he called President Trump and groveled and apologized.
Wait, Tucker apologized to Trump?
According to Trump.
Oh.
Roll one.
Oh, after calling him a kook?
Have you seen the Tucker Carlson and Senator Ted Cruz interview? It seems like this issue on whether or not the United States should strike is kind of dividing a lot of your supporters.
No, my supporters are for me. My supporters are America first. They make America great again. My supporters don't want to see Iran have a nuclear weapon. Tucker's a nice guy. He called and apologized the other day because he thought he said things that were a little bit too strong, and I appreciated that. And Ted Cruz is a nice guy. I mean, he's been with me for a long time. I'd say once the race was over, he's been with me ever since, right? But
after Trump humiliated him.
Very simple. If they think that it's okay for Iran to have a nuclear weapon, then they should oppose me. But nobody thinks it's okay. People that don't want, I don't want to fight either. I'm not looking to fight. But if it's a choice between fighting and them having a nuclear weapon, you have to do what you have to do. Maybe we won't have to fight. Don't forget, we haven't been fighting. We add a certain amount of genius to everything, but we haven't been fighting.
I'm going to say something for the first time that I've never said on this show. Trump looks tired. Trump sounds tired. That's not saying he's losing his mental faculties or anything like that. But I think with all that's going on now, with the wars, 2 of them, and the one big beautiful bill, and getting this through, and obviously he would like to have it by July 4th here in the next 15, 16 days. And I said this in the big take. I said, look at the demeanor on his face. Listen to how he's talking. Look at his body language, whether he's out on the South Lawn. And I'm not saying he needs to be a fireball all the time. I like when he's calm and when he's not over the top and bombastic. I don't need that 24/7. I like it in bits and pieces. Just me trying to read the body of Trump. He looks like a guy that's not by any stretch defeated, but boy, he's had it with this, and he's tired of having to keep reiterating the same thing, issue warning after warning after warning. 60 days. Well, day 61, we told you what would happen. F around and find out. It's like me when I tell my daughters to turn the fan off in their bedroom after 25 times of them leaving it on when they go outside, and I sit back and I go, I can't do this much more. I mean, how many times do I got to tell you, man? Turn the fan off.
I don't know. I think part of it is, as far as Trump and his calendar, you look at his daily calendar, it's exhausting.
I know.
Yeah, and he just, over the weekend, he had the military.
He complained that he hasn't been able to play golf in 3 weeks.
Yes, I was going to say that as well.
He hasn't had a minute. I mean, the military parade was going on. He flew to the G7, flew back, and his days have been consumed.
He's been at the White House way more this time around than he was the first term. When's the last time he went back to Mar-a-Lago? A month? Maybe 2 weeks, 3 weeks?
I mean, he's
been grinding.
Most people half his age or even a fourth of his age would be wiped out.
Oh, yeah. I'm wiped out at 10 o'clock every day. That's why I go home and take a nap.
I mean, my teenagers, yesterday, I finally got a hold of David. It was like, I don't know, 11:30. I woke him up.
Yeah.
Do you know what I'm saying?
And
Trump
this is a guy who doesn't sleep,
Oh,
right?
my gosh.
He goes to sleep at 2 and he's up at 5:30.
Oh, God, I miss those days of being able to sleep until noon.
Yeah.
I'll tell you, this Saturday is going to be great.
Oh,
Wife and girls are gone. It's going to be hot. That AC. There's nothing like when the AC's humming and it's cold as hell in your bedroom. Oh, you just sleep for 10 straight hours.
If you look at his schedule, Trump's...
Nick has nothing going on. He sleeps for 10 hours.
My last stand,
like
folks.
a teenager.
This is it.
A 41-year-old teenager.
All hell's going to break loose in the new house. I'm enjoying these last few days.
Watch this weekend. They'll be like, hey, we came out. They had it all ended. We came home early.
And
Like,
God help Mother Nature if it rains this weekend.
It's not supposed to.
12
is it?
straight weekends. We've had at least Saturday rain, if not Sunday rain. I want back-to-back days of dry weather. That's all I'm asking. I don't ask for much. I really don't.
I have to ask you a question because we have to talk about families behind the badge, Nick. That video that you posted yesterday with Dave Madden, do we have that? I saw Phil loading it in this morning.
Look, we don't have, I get it. You're a little...
Play it.
A little sensitive here.
Play it.
Hey, Gregory.
Why
Hope
are
you're doing
you...
good, buddy.
Why are you calling me out?
Wrapped up close to 20 miles. Hotter today, more humid. What do we do, 18, Madden?
Yeah, average of 12.0.
18 at 12.0 speed.
Yeah, I'm not
Lots
doing
of
that.
inclines.
Yeah, I'm not doing
Lots of hilly terrain.
I'm not doing any of that.
You know, it's not like, what do they call it? Pennypacker? What was
Penny Pack Creek, really flat.
Yeah, not that flat stuff you do. We're like this and like this.
You're
Don't worry, we'll hang around for you on July 20th.
All right, buddy.
We're very inclusive.
You're calling me.
See ya.
Hang on.
Bye.
So I said that on Sunday in the rain. I rode 20 miles on Pennypack Trail.
Yeah.
And you guys are mocking that because it's flat.
A lot of reports say it's a very smooth, flat. There's a little bit of loose gravel, but I've heard not much incline.
Yeah, there's not much incline. No.
A lot of people. I mean, look, even Marco
Connor.
God, I'm the worst with names. I'm like Joe when it comes to names sometimes. Mark O'Connor still can't figure out how you can only do 9.6 miles per hour on flat ground. He thinks he could beat you on a tricycle. I mean, that's his text. And he sent it to me. I read it yesterday on the show. Maybe we just throw that text up on the YouTube.
I'm not a fan of calling me out on things. So
I'm just trying to drum up some interest, you know.
Families behind the badge.
Donations are great. People riding is even better. Actually, the donations are better. Riding is a bonus. We're trying to build up interest here.
I know.
I'm trying to cut promos. I'm trying to shoot on you.
I get you.
And you're not playing along.
I didn't play along with your silly games. I, unlike you, Kayal, have other stuff going on, obligations. I can't just, leave at 10 a.m. and get on the Schuylkill at 9:57. And, I have other things to do. I'm running a radio station here. So, sorry. Sorry if I'm not as committed as you, but I also don't have this easy bachelor life that you have.
Look, folks, some people can pull it off. Others can't. It's called stroke. You either have it or you don't.
Just remember Stroke, who hired you. Remember Stroke, who hired you.
Once I start golfing on August
Stalker.
15th, you're going to wonder if I deleted all my social media. You're going to be like, I haven't seen Kayal on X in weeks.
You are very confident talking to the guy who brought you to Philly. Just remember that. Just remember that, pal.
I'm just, I want you to be ready for the bike ride.
What's happening in September, pal?
Stalker is your maker.
I have no idea about
And
September.
mine too.
Okay. Is there anything coming up?
I know my maker. I kiss his ring.
I'm not asking you to kiss the ring. I'm just saying, just be a little more grateful. That's all I'm saying.
A little Trump to him here.
You?
Dawn, you
I'm not
notice
talking
this?
about you.
Dawn, you
Stensley.
notice this? A little Trump demeanor to him.
I'm talking to Kayal. I'm talking directly to Kayal.
This is like Trump talking to Ted Cruz.
In 3 years, you've done a great job, but
Just would like you to be in. Look, I want you to be able to finish. I mean, Mother Nature is one thing, but you know what? The body at 45, it's not the way it was when you were 29 or 30. The last time you completed this, it's just not for me either. When I was 29, I could play full court basketball for 2 hours, get up the next day. Now I do that, and my legs are like Jell-O.
Families Behind the Badge Children's Foundation. Families Behind the Badge Children's Foundation. Please donate. Donate now. All the money goes to the Families Behind the Badge Children's Foundation. We're obviously doing this for a reason. We love this cause. Step up the donations right now.
Yes, and one last thing on that front. For the last time,
okay.
Kevin Poles. Everybody knows Kevin Poles.
Yeah, we all know.
Right? Because he tags everybody that he tweets, right? I mean, he'll tag 38 people. Next thing I know, I've got the book of Genesis in my mentions. Yeah, my God. Team 1210. The where you donate right now, GregStalkerSucks.com, BenToTheShore.org. We have raised over $4,000. There's this second account somehow attached to my name, and it's been like that for 3 years. And there's like $25 that have been donated. And he's tweeting, Kevin Poles is tweeting Greg and I yesterday. Well, Nick's only raised $25 and Greg's only raised $50. Go to this website. No, Team 1210 is where you donate. That's where we've raised $4,000. So this notion that I'm not raising money, that's like a secondary account. I don't know why that account was created. Mark O'Connor, if you're listening, just delete it. Nobody goes to that one. And Kevin Poles, you've tweeted that 7 times already now. I've told you 7 different times in reply. That's not the correct feed. It's like Dawn having 2 social media feeds.
Which she does.
The other one she doesn't even use.
I
Just
know.
go to the one that she always goes on.
She kind of does.
Does she?
I have the problem. You know what the problem is? I had so many family members over the years create the sites. I don't know the passwords. I need like somebody to help me like get everybody together and
By the way,
push it into one.
By the way,
is there a way to do that?
Technically, this is a live read. JJK wants to know when did Greg divorce Dawn and marry Nick?
I know.
Well, it sounds like now all of a sudden Greg's remarried Dawn and he's filed an annulment with me.
Families Behind the Bad Children's Foundation.
Yes.
Donate now.
Join us again.
CEO of Consumer Cellular. No, we're not one of the big guys. Truth is, we don't want to be. If you're over 50, Big Wireless probably has you paying for more data than you might need. You could be throwing away thousands over a lifetime. We're not here to be the biggest. We're here to bring you something we believe is better. Our plans start at just $20. You'll get the same fast nationwide coverage without the big wireless bill.
Call 1-888-FREEDOM, visit consumercellular.com/facts or a store near you. Plans include $5 credit for auto pay and e-billing. See site for additional facts.
Here at the Almond Joy Factory, where tropical vibes abound, we use soft, fresh-tasting coconut.
The crunchiest almonds and delicious chocolate candy.
Ah, but do you know what our most important ingredient is? Sometimes you feel like a nut.
Sometimes you don't.
Almond Joy's got nuts and something even way better than that. Yes, Almond Joy is made with almonds and joy.
Hi, this is Dom Giordano with big news. Rescue's Natural Supplements is rolling back the clock. And prices. That's right, the supplements you trust at prices you haven't seen in over a decade. Plus, they're offering a massive 33% off on top of already discounted 2010 rollback pricing. That's every product, omega-3s, probiotics, joint support, everything. Prices roll back to get you ready for summer. Just use that code WELLNESS at checkout for 33% off your entire order on Rescue single bottles. To order, call a Rescue product consultant, 800-26-ALIVE. That's 800-262-5483. Or shop online by visiting res-q.com. That's res-q.com. Feel better, get active, turn back the clock with Rescue's 2010 pricing. Wellness, WELLNESS for 33% off on top of the 2010 rollback pricing. Get healthy, get saving at res-q.com. Do it today.
Hi, I'm John. This is my wife Lisa, and we have been with Crash Proof since 2021.
I always felt very risky being in the market because if the market crashes, you lose everything you worked your whole life for. With Crash Proof Retirement, in 2024, we earned 14%. In 2025, the market has gone down, but we still didn't lose that interest that we earned in 2024. It gets added to my principal, and that becomes my new principal.
I love it, man. Every year I start with a new high. I have more money than last year, and I have a whole nother year to make more, hopefully, but I guarantee to not lose money, and that is what I love. I get to keep all of my money in my system, and we never pay fees. I don't know where you can find that anywhere on this earth, but I found it here and I'm pretty happy about it.
Schedule an appointment or register for our next event at Springfield Country Club, July 22nd, 800-722-9728 or crashproofretirement.com.
Just hearing the word IRS can make people break out in a cold sweat. No one wants to deal with the IRS, and now you don't have to. The good news is Legal Tax Defense has been successfully negotiating with the IRS for more than 15 years. It doesn't matter how much you owe, whether it's $5,000 or $5 million. You deserve the best in the business on your side, and that is Legal Tax Defense. Even if you're working with someone else and just want a second opinion, there is no cost or obligation to call. They can prevent levies, liens, wage garnishments, even file back tax returns. And the best news about Legal Tax Defense is they won't take your case unless they know they will reduce or eliminate your tax debt. Call Legal Tax Defense right now for a free no-risk consultation. 800-979-3168. 800-979-3168. You have nothing to lose but everything to gain. 800-979-3168.
Free speech lives here on Odyssey's #1 talk station. Talk Radio 1210. WPHT.
Kayal and Company, 841 as we continue with Stalker's Never-Ending Cut Sheet, 8 o'clock hour brought to you by Wisfis Bank. Where there's a Wisfis, there's a way. At Wisfis Bank and Bryn Mawr Trust, your goals matter. Discover local expertise with national capabilities, all with the personal service that you deserve. Wisfis, we stand for service. That's WSFS. in case you need the spelling.
By the way, playing Boys in the Back, let me know when we have it. We're going to play the extended version of the drunk woman getting thrown off of the Southwest airline flight.
And by the way, I mean, yes, she's a total psycho, but if you were on the market and you maybe had a few with her, I mean, yay or nay?
No, dude. Oh, dude, crazy. The crazy in that is just...
Too crazy.
Oh, way too crazy.
Okay.
Like, can you imagine?
But if she was not crazy, would?
No.
Really?
No.
Okay.
That fake black hair, I can't take it.
Yeah.
Yesterday on The View, Whoopi Goldberg...
Oh, God.
And said that, because Liz Griffin brought up the fact that, in these Middle Eastern countries, we say this all the time. They stone gay people. They throw them off buildings.
Fact.
And the whoopster says, hey, we can't throw stones in America here because we're doing the same thing. Are we? Are we? Are we?
No.
Whoopi?
And it's slow. But let's just remember, too, the Iranians literally throw gay people off of buildings. They don't adhere to basic human rights.
Listen, here's the thing. Let's not do that, because if we start with that, we have been known in this country to tie gay folks to the car.
But where the Iranian regime is today in 2025 is nothing compared to the United States.
Hanging black people. So
it is not even the same. I couldn't step during this.
Wait. That's not what you mean.
Do you know what that religion does to gay people, to people that aren't of the Muslim faith, to women?
Yes.
It's not even a comparison.
You can't even show your face. You can't show any skin. Oh,
it's gross.
How many panelists are on that show?
I don't know, 5.
5?
4 maybe.
You got Whoopi, you've got Behar, Navarro, Farrah Griffin, you have the blonde,
Sonny Hostin.
And Sonny Hostin. So you have 6.
I don't know if Anna Navarro's still.
I think at one point they were at 6.
Okay.
I mean, if you could create a new branding for SEAL Team 6, they would be like the SEAL Team 6 of stupid people.
Yeah.
It's just, you're comparing America in 2025 for any minority or LGBTQ member to life in Iran?
I know.
Well, okay, if it's so bad again, Whoopi, then leave. Right? Like Rosie O'Donnell. She thought it was so bad, she left. She's insane. She's got herpes on her lips. But you know what? At least she followed through with her displeasure. This is, we have free will. We it's hard to get into the country these days, thank God. But it's still pretty easy to get out. Just go.
Yeah.
By the way, and also, she makes $8 million a year.
Who?
Whoopi Goldberg. Whoopi Goldberg makes $8 million a year to do a 1-hour show with 5 other people and 20 producers. $8 million a year to say dumb stuff like that as, 62-year-old liberal women in a Manhattan high-rise who feel like they're being wronged in life or clapping along. Yeah, you tell them, whoopster.
It is the same.
No, it's not. The year 2025 in the United States is nothing like if I step foot wearing this outfit into Iran and killed for
I'm sorry.
What, they wear like listen, I can't have my hair showing. I can't wear a skirt. I can't have my arms out.
I'm telling you,
I literally said it was up to the Iranian people.
Yes,
it is up to them.
And that's why I am saying that it is the same. Murdering someone for
is
their
illegal
difference
here. Is illegal here,
not
stupid.
Good. Whoever does.
Yeah, and it's illegal here, stupid. It's condoned in these nations. Okay, so stop.
Yep.
Stop, you dummy.
And to think I thought she was good in Ghost. Ugh. Remember that with Patrick Swayze?
Horrible movie.
Sam.
Horrible movie.
Remember that guy who was trying to kill her at the end?
Whoopi.
Ghost. That's a random pull. I mean, not many people pulling out a Ghost reference.
You have to see this. You have to see this video. By the way, this is cut 5 here. This is from a local news, station down there in North Carolina. This is a store clerk dodges a gunshot to the face.
Ooh.
You have to youtube.com/@1210WPHT.
Some Matrix stuff.
This guy, yes, that's exactly what I thought.
Yes, Keanu Reeves.
Yes, where this guy, this thug, pulls out a gun, tries to rob this store clerk, fires. The guy moves his head. You have to see this video. YouTube.com/@1210WPHT. Roll the news report, Phil.
The career clerk looked like a superhero blocking a speeding bullet.
Whoa! Look at that! Look at that!
I thank God. It was God.
Scotty Floyd actually opened the door for the man who nearly took his life at the Jacob Food Mart on Marietta Street Friday.
Let me ask you guys a question.
Yeah.
To the guy who opened the door for him.
Scotty.
You see somebody, I did this yesterday at Wawa, where, like, okay, I profile, I admit, you know what I mean? But, like, you see some dude, it's, you know, it was raining yesterday, but it was hot. It felt like the Amazon jungle. A dude came in with a hoodie on.
Yeah.
And, like, immediately I'm just like,
what's up with that?
Is this guy going to rob the place?
Right.
You know what I mean? Like,
yeah, it's 87 and humid as hell, and you're in a hooded sweatshirt.
Exactly.
Yeah.
Start it over again. I want to see where this guy.
Look at this guy.
Watch this.
Looked like a superhero blocking.
Bam! Look at that. Yeah.
The gun was almost in his face.
First of all, that guy's a terrible shot.
Scotty Floyd actually opened the door
Scotty
for
Floyd,
the man
what a
who
legend.
nearly took his life.
Gastonia.
At the Jacob Food Mart on Marietta Street Friday.
Right there, pause that. Can we pause that right there? Go back to the billboards out front of the store. I just caught something I noticed. Yeah, right there. We'll go to where it's zoomed in, where they're up close. You could see the cigarette ads on the door.
Just play
right
from
there, right there. Where are you getting cigarettes for $3.84 a pack?
Marietta, wherever this place is.
I mean,
North
in the South.
Yeah,
cigarettes are like $10 a pack in Pennsylvania. My God. Did this happen? Are we sure that this is new and this isn't from 1996?
No, this is new.
Look at that.
Yeah.
All right. Anyhow.
Because where they're created, where the tobacco has grown.
Yeah, Tobacco Road.
Right?
Yeah.
Tobacco.
So I will bet you're right, Greg Stocker. I'll look it up, but I will bet you it's either North Carolina. I'll bet you it's North Carolina.
Yeah.
Yeah, it is. It's Gastonia.
Oh,
Yep.
okay, sorry.
It said on the little crawl at the top of the screen.
Right.
All right, let's roll this.
The man had a gun, but he noticed he kept his sunglasses on and a hoodie pulled over his head.
I knew the guy was up to something, you know, and that probably saved my life, too.
Floyd says the man didn't demand money or make a threat. He asked for CBD cigarette products.
When I seen the silver of the gun, you know, I knew what he was doing.
That shot lodged in his forearm, breaking 2 bones, but it didn't go any farther.
Oh, he just shot me dead between the eyes.
Floyd ducked down behind the counter.
He tried to shoot again, but the gun didn't shoot.
He feared the man was going to come behind the counter and keep shooting. Instead, the suspect ran. Police say he went to Forest City, about 40 miles west. They say he shot and nearly killed another man at an event downtown that same day. Christian Campbell is charged with assault with a deadly weapon with the intent to kill, and he's waiting on new charges in Gastonia.
Prosecute him to the full extent of the law.
Yeah.
Because he didn't.
Yeah.
Wow.
What a trooper that dude is.
Hey, man.
Took a few bullets right to the forearm.
Absolutely.
Yeah.
Yep.
That's quick reflexes. I don't have those. I'm dead today. I'm gone.
What do you mean? Oh,
I don't have those reflexes. No, I would have taken right in the head. There's no way I would have been Keanu Reeves in it.
Do we have the full? We have the full Southwest thing.
Do we? I know you asked for it by 8:30. It's 8:50 now.
Well, no, I told those guys that I was gonna move on to something else. Let's play. Should we play it again?
I'm all for it.
Play the extended version. Do we have the whole thing, guys? There we go.
There we go.
All right, Phil. Let's roll it.
Stay there.
Don't
Let me
touch
show
me.
you. No. No, this is where her asshole is. Do not touch her. Look at her. Shut the f*** up. Don't touch me.
I definitely look at that grip on her hair.
I know.
Let go. Let go of her hair.
You cannot do that.
Let go.
Look at her smiling.
Yeah.
Shoot him over. I'm not. Andre, I'm not even touching your hair. Andre, you need to police right now.
You need to let go right now.
By the way, stop it for a second. Just back up like a couple seconds, Phil. That you just mentioned her eyes.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
Oh yeah, she's gone.
Crazy eyes?
No. I don't know if it's crazy eyes or something.
Drunk.
There's something.
Yeah, I think it's more than booze.
There's a lot going on in this broad's life.
This is a combo.
Yeah.
Right.
Yeah. Guys, she's single.
Yeah, right.
All right, keep going.
911.
You need to let go.
911.
You need to let go right now.
Look at her conversing while her arms are being
I know.
detained. Like she doesn't even know she's under
Yeah,
constraint.
I'm sorry. I didn't want to sit next to a fat lady. Let go.
You need to let go.
Who's she apologizing
You guys
to?
are already past the point in your hair.
She's still holding on to that woman's hair. Look at her. Look at.
I know.
If I'm that woman, I don't understand. Get up and deck this girl. This lady.
That lady's sitting there like she's getting a pedicure.
Yeah.
Put me on the ground. Put me on the ground.
There we go.
Look at this fat lady. Look at this. She can't even look. You can't even see her stomach.
Oh my
It's
Lord.
horrible. Look at her outfit. Look at this. Hilarious. You can't even show your mouth because you're embarrassed.
Because she has a mask. She's referring to her.
Shut the up.
Who is Alana?
Sorry, I can't hear you. I can't hear you, dude. Who's never gonna lay it again? Okay, I'm sorry, black guy. My boyfriend's black, so shut the
My boyfriend's black.
My boyfriend's a black. My boyfriend's black. My boyfriend's a
My boyfriend's a black. You can tell, by the way, she was inches away from saying the N-word.
Yeah.
She was inches away from saying it. I'm telling you.
Sad to see what's happened to Avril Lavigne. He was a skater boy.
And by the way, if she does have an African American boyfriend, the boyfriend's mom is saying, I told you that white girl's crazy. You break up with her now and go to church and get a nice girl.
I can confirm. White chicks are crazy.
All right.
This one is.
Yeah. All right, Phil. Keep rolling here.
black guy.
Oh my God. Look at that.
That low energy spitting she's doing.
Shut the up.
This lady's crazy.
Yeah, push her head down. Let her spit on her shoes.
I'm sure many guys have done that, which may be her issue.
What an animal. Might be time to revisit that video of the 1950s flight with people dressed in suits.
That is my yes. It's the bus
You
station.
never got laid in your life. Your boyfriend's like 2 inches big. It's embarrassing.
Referring
I'm
to the
so sorry,
victim's
Dr.
significant other.
It's horrible. It's horrible. I can't breathe. I can't breathe. I can't breathe. I can't breathe.
Oh, you can't breathe.
I
Good.
can't breathe.
Good.
Okay. Let me go. I can't breathe.
They put her down on the.
Shut the up. I can't breathe.
Look at this.
Now they're finally apprehending her and doing a good job.
Yep.
They put a
You're not letting me go, mother. You're corny as
Corny?
How are you letting me go?
Look at her. Look at her.
Yeah.
Can you
Yeah,
imagine?
you shouldn't get out. You're fat as You're just fat as
How has there not been somebody on there already now to yank her out? Just drag her by the shoes.
You're so beautiful. You're stunning. Shut the Can anybody do something?
We still have 80 seconds more, folks. Hang on, turbulence ahead.
Yeah, okay, baby.
I told you this whole thing was worth playing.
It's phenomenal. Hard to believe this is real.
I know.
Okay, I'm sorry. My boyfriend is black. You need to chill for now. No, you don't understand.
She's crying, dog. My boyfriend is black.
Yeah, that boyfriend, if he has any smarts,
it's
is
over.
doing what Greg Stocker did to break up with his girlfriend
Yep.
in 9th grade.
Sorry. No Oplo and Glaze.
Yeah.
Oh, there they go. Now they're pulling her out.
The best is the very end. You have to see this. YouTube.com/WPHT. Where they.
You're so fat. Leave me a
Wow, look at her kicking.
disgusting.
Put her in the sharpshooter.
Don't touch me.
This is a girl who was never disciplined in her life.
Yeah.
And told to sit down and shut up.
Yeah, all damage, all.
Watch the way they take her off the flight.
Look at
here.
this.
YouTube.com/1210WPHT.
The medics.
Like Hannibal Lecter.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Look at that. She's just laying there.
Her mouth has been covered. Like
Yep.
she's like
She's
yeah.
She was
strapped
trying
down.
to bite. Were they
Yeah.
saying she was trying to bite or
Uh-huh.
something?
They should have taken her on a really fast ride. Like pushed it, hit one of the barriers.
Well,
Been
remember, spitting at law enforcement, that's also assault because
Yeah.
we don't know what diseases she
awesome.
has.
Definitely a lot. In my
You know?
opinion. In my opinion.
Which is
I
why
don't know
Hep
that.
C
Yeah. Exactly.
is something that
Yep.
first responders
Yep.
are worried about.
And if she has tattoos and piercings,
Ugh.
you can't take that chance. She might have it. Who knows?
So
Nobody
I am-
knows.
I am out on Frontier.
No, that was
Spirit.
Southwest. Oh,
Yeah.
you're saying, okay, you're
Allegiant.
No,
Southwest.
here's the thing. I hope for the lady who's the victim in this that Southwest does something for her.
Yeah, let her bags fly free again. They got rid of that.
I would hope
apparently.
they would want more than that.
They
Remember,
moved on from that.
I mean, I say it all the time. We play those videos from the 50s and 60s where people sat politely in suits. Women got all dressed up. Kids were polite. They sat down. They could eat a meal, and they didn't have to deal with that. Now it's a bus terminal with all these degenerates flying for $80 to Tampa.
Well, that's, earlier this morning we talked about Nick's, he and his wife and girls are moving into a beautiful new home.
Yep.
And in fact, because it's a country club community, they actually do background checks to make sure somebody's not a pedophile moving into the neighborhood. Is that something that'll be a trend where you, to fly or whatever, that they do background checks on people? Is that fair?
Yes.
But I think in this case of a person like this, I think she'll be banned. I imagine. I mean, she's facing felony assault, but as well, will they ban her for life?
The problem is, and this is going to sound elitist, they made flying just like they did with Carnival Cruise and all those horrible cruises. Yep. They made it too cheap. So any Tom, Dick, and Harry now can go fly and bring their entire disgusting family.
Well, there's also still you can still also get first class. Fly first class on American Airlines or United or Delta. I'm sure you're not going to probably have to deal with that. Although I'll tell you what, if you're the pilot, you probably had the best seat in the house. I would have just closed up the cockpit and sat next to my buddy and be like, we're good for like 20 minutes.
To your point, were there no guys on that flight that could have just taken her down and you know what I mean?
Well, I do have to wonder if it's what Nick or Greg, you said earlier, the Daniel Penny effect.
Everybody's waiting to.
That everybody pulled out their phone. They were documenting it.
Somebody took a 5-minute video of it.
But I mean, nobody, except for the victim herself, I think she certainly had the right. If somebody did that to grab my hair or grab my family members' hair.
Oh, it would have been over.
It would be done.
Been over.
I would have
ended her.
Punched her as hard as I could, right in the face.
Yep. I would have too.
We will kill you, graveyard dead.
By the way, that wasn't even Fight Club. Nick, coming up at 9:10. We actually have an actual Fight Club.
Oh my goodness.
Stay right there.
Are you having trouble hearing? Hearing loss can devastate the quality of your life. Now, there's an affordable fix for you or your loved one. Rated the best hearing aids of 2025 by Forbes Health, Audion Hearing has the highest quality hearing aids at the lowest prices, starting at just $98 a pair.
I actually like them better than my old $5,000 hearing aid.
I could not believe how my hearing and life changed.
Join over 1 million happy customers by going to audionhearing.com. That's AUDIEN hearing.com.
At California Psychics, we know some people can't read the career warning signs. Like your boss, still not knowing your name.
You, Tina, Lisa, Sheila, whatever. Get that report to me by lunch, okay? It's Carrie, ma'am. Just get it done, Terry.
So talk to California Psychics and receive the career guidance you need. We only connect you with the very best, so guarantee if your reading isn't life-changing, it's free. California Psychics. Call 1-800-PREDICT today and get 20 minutes for just $20.
Lanny went to college and racked up huge debt.
A little bit over $100,000.
For a degree he couldn't use? Now what?
I had a friend that went to my computer career.
They even helped him get hired immediately after graduation.
One of the things I love about IT is that you can work from anywhere you want.
You could become an IT pro in just months, including cybersecurity and the basics of AI with zero experience at mycomputercareer.edu.
It worked for me, and I know it can work for you.
This is one student's experience. Individual results vary.
Hey, Green Gobbler here. So you've got a clogged drain in your bathroom. Water in the sink's overstaying its welcome. You're spitting today's toothpaste on top of yesterday's toothpaste. You hoped it'd go away. Yeah, clogs don't just go away. I make them go away. I'm Green Gobbler, the only clog dissolver you need. I'm bleach-free, safe for your pipes, and I work. Guaranteed or your money back. Because I never met a clog that was gonna unclog itself. Green Gobbler. Let the gobbler get it.
Stop buying gold online. Edelman's Coins is the Philadelphia area's largest buyer and seller of gold and silver bullion. Family owned for 99 years, Edelman's Coins has continued to provide ultra-competitive pricing paired with unparalleled customer service. With transparent buy-sell spreads, you know you will always get a fair deal. When buying or selling bullion or coins, think Edelman's Coins. Call 215-572-6480 or visit edelmanscoins.com.
You know you have pride in your team when you offer a guarantee for the life of your roof. That's right, for decades and thousands of roof installations, the award-winning team at GP Martini lives for roofing. That's why homeowners trust GP Martini to protect their largest investment. Whether you're considering an asphalt, shingle roof, metal roof, or even a solar roof, you can trust GP Martini Roofing. Visit martiniroofing.com. There's probably a satisfied GP Martini customer in your neighborhood. martiniroofing.com.
Dawn Stensland here. What an exciting time for my friends at the Piazza Auto Group and their 5 Honda dealerships. Honda has won more 2025 Kelley Blue Book Consumer Choice Awards than any other brand, including Best Overall Brand, Most Trusted Brand, Best Valued Brand. Whether you're eyeing the Accord CR-V or the Pilot, you are choosing a vehicle backed by real drivers. Come experience the award-winning excellence at Piazza Honda in Philadelphia, Langhorne, Pottstown, Reading, or Springfield. You can always shop online, piazzahonda.com, for today's special offers. Tell them Dawn sent you.
At PGW, safety is essential to delivering clean, reliable natural gas to Philadelphia homes and businesses. If you smell gas, call PGW at 215-235-1212.
Protect your liver and give it the support it deserves with Active Liver from New Nordic. Find in stores at your local CVS, Meijer Grocery, or Amazon, or NewNordicUSA.com.
Be sure to follow Talk Radio 1210 WPHT on the free Odyssey app. Download it now.
Bum, bum, bum.
Scale and Company, 9:03, 9 o'clock hour, brought to you by Piazza Auto. Piazza Honda, proud to be the brand that has won more KBB Consumer Choice Awards than any other. Visit Piazza Honda in Philly, Langhorne, Pottstown, Reading, or Springfield, or piazzahonda.com to explore the award-winning lineup. Fight Club in 6 minutes. Donation Club, never ending. Another 31 days. $150 just came in.
Yeah.
Courtesy of Pam.
Pam.
Bross.
Wow.
BROSS. $150 from Pam. Our total now just under 4,600. Or if you're a math wizard, 30.5%.
All right.
Of our 15K goal.
All right, I'm going to do this here. So next week, I believe our buddy Peter McKeon from Highlight Electric has a playlist that we're going to have next week from the Travis Manion Foundation. I believe there's a couple more. Road Warrior has a few. Linda Kearns, I know, has a few. So we'll get through those at the beginning of the summer. However, if you make a $1,000 donation right now, I will give you the playlist for the entire month of August.
What?
Make a donation.
Wait a minute. Where are you going to be for the month of August?
For the month of August, you can play Stevie Ray Vaughan's Crossroads, and I know it's not Crossroads, it's Voodoo Child, but you can play whatever you want to. I have no veto power. YouTube.com/@1210WPHT. If you make a $1,000 donation right now, $1,000 to the Families Behind the Badge Children's Foundation, we will give you the entire month of August. You will have the playlist. All you need is $1,000. Donate right now, GregStalkerSucks.com. But you have to send in, you have to let us know who you are and everything.
Right.
Make that donation right now.
And that will get you 5, 10, 15, 20, 21 shows.
Wow.
Worth of musical rejoiners.
$1,000 right now, GregStalkerSucks.com. All the money goes to the Families Behind the Badge Children's Foundation. All right, let's play this before Fight Club, can we? It's all about Fordo. Right, Dawn? Fordo.
Yes.
Fordo.
Not Fortnite.
This is the fortress.
The Fordo.
The mountain.
The nuclear facility in Iran.
100 miles south of Tehran.
Trump yesterday, cut 2, on dismantling Iran's Fordo nuclear facility, said this.
The destruction or the dismantling of the Fordo nuclear enrichment center, is that a prerequisite for a deal? Is that a red line for you?
No, it's just something that people talk about having. We're the only ones that have the capability to do it, but that doesn't mean I'm going to do it at all. Yeah, we have the best military equipment in the world. You see that with this fight. We have planes that are undetectable, flying around like, nobody's able to see them stealth. You guys want to be stealthy tonight. You can be stealthy, you'll never lose, right? But these are incredible planes and weapons. We have the best weapons in the world, by far. Nobody close. And certain countries take advantage of that. Israel has incredible weaponry. So we'll see what happens. I've been asked about it by everybody, but I haven't made a decision.
And as I played earlier this morning in the big take for you, Harry Yenton from CNN with polling data, 83% of Republicans, 79% of Democrats say yes, they would support the airstrike if Iran does have nuclear capabilities.
Retired Army General Jack Keane on Iran's Fordo.
Jack Keane cut sheet mention.
4. Roll it.
No deterrence with them.
I want to ask you about the message to China and Russia because I think it's so important in this story at this point. But first of all, just going back, we give us your sense of confidence that this bunker buster bomb would be successful in disabling Fordo.
Yeah, this is a challenging target, and certainly the people involved in this know this in spades. We've been looking at Fordow, for years. The bunker buster, as you're describing it, was fundamentally designed to go deep, but in a building-like structure with cement that's being reinforced. We're going deep into a mountain structure, and it has considerable amount of rock in it. And because it's rock and not a cement structure, I'm not an engineer, but engineers have advised me on it. What happens is it dissipates some of the blast effect because it's rock, and it's not solid in the way that a cement structure would, and would focus the blast much more and be considerably more destructive. So it's not without its challenges in dealing with this, and that doesn't mean there couldn't be multiple bombs put on this target to bring it to that level of construction. If you really wanted a guarantee to destroy it, you could conduct a raid on it and then physically, secure the site and dismantle and blow the thing up. The Israelis certainly may have a plan to do just that if the United States is not going to help them. Obviously, there's considerably more risk with troops on the ground, insert them, be able to get them out. How much time does it take to do the damage? Lot more risk involved in an operation associated with that. The Israelis also may have already, and if they haven't, and when it comes to Fordow, they can't go deep and blow it up, but they should be able to take out the power grid that supports it and the ventilation system that supports it. They did damage like that to Natanz back in 2020 as one of their covert operations. They don't talk about it, but it's been out in the public since. So there are options that the Israelis have, but none of those options are as good as the option that we have.
Yeah.
So a couple of things here. Did not have Jack Keane on my bingo card for the 2025 cut sheet. Maybe we can get Britt Hume on the cut sheet later today. That would be nice. Also, keep in mind,
excellent penetrator.
This is an excellent penetrator.
That's right.
But my concern would be, on a serious note here, is if this, bunker buster bomb doesn't do what it's supposed to do, well, now we've failed the mission, so to speak. We've opened up this can of worms. Now all of a sudden there's more chaos. Maybe Israel gets attacked. Maybe something happens here in America. But what he said there, as far as going in and seizing the facility and then dismantling it that way, I'm out on that. I'm good with an airstrike. But to do what he is implying there would mean, quote, boots on the ground. And that's a no for me. So,
yeah, I haven't seen, as you know, I've been obsessed with this.
Yeah, the deep penetration.
The deep penetration, that so-called mother of all bunker busters. I have not seen people say that would involve at Fordow in Iran. I have not seen that would ever involve anything other than one of these, stealth bombers. That only we have the Spirit bomber, which there are all these different reports. Some said, it has to come from the base in Missouri. Others said that they had already moved them to Italy. Then they came back. So we're hearing all these different reports.
Is that manned by a pilot and a human?
Oh, yeah.
Okay.
But that's a stealth I mean, that's an
Yeah,
incredible
sure.
aircraft. But each aircraft can only hold two of these, like I call them the MOABB, the mother of all bunker busters, because they're so heavy, 30,000 pounds each. So these suckers are more than 20 feet long, about 3 feet across. I mean, just huge.
So they've got length, girth, and they penetrate deep.
Yes, very deep penetrators.
Spank
and they have this laser. They've recently perfected its ability, basically, to be remotely and accurately targeted. And so it would go down up to 300 feet deep beneath that rock underground.
How far ahead of is Israel and Iran of us time-wise? 7-8 hours?
7 hours, I think.
Okay. So it is, if that's correct, it's 4:12. You know what's going to happen? And I think the theme of the big take was today that I think an attack is a certainty. It's going to happen in the middle of the night, and it's going to happen like we're going to wake up Sunday morning to this news or Saturday morning to this news. It's not going to happen during the Dawn Show or during this show. Everything happens during the Dawn Show, by the way. You ever notice that?
I know.
Everything between 10 and noon is where everything breaks.
And so we take it, which is unusual because we have this breaking news opportunity. So yesterday, like when Trump was riffing, and Dan just was monitoring it, Dan and Jimmy, and so they would do highlights of it so that we could get that kind of it's nice because you get the full perspective.
Yep.
All right.
Kayal and Company Fight Club.
You're looking for a fight.
I am looking for a fight.
Fights will go on as long as they have to.
We know fights equal ratings.
You got knocked the out, man.
Fight Club on this Thursday, sponsored by Tri-County Auto Group. 3 locations, one priority you. Visit tricounty.com. Thank you, Tri-County Auto Group, for getting in on the ground floor. The first sponsor of a brainchild that I just threw out there. And Tri-County was like, fights equal ratings, and we need to get in on that. So thank you, Brian Krieger and everybody at Tri-County Auto Group for sponsoring and for taking part of this. This submission was from our good friend Newman Price, who also sends in song parodies for us. We love Newman. This happened, I don't know. Does it really matter?
No.
Does it really matter where stuff like this takes place? 2 women, bikinis.
Yeah.
Jean shorts.
Yeah.
Jorts, as we call them.
Yep.
Throwing down in front of a big group of people. Everybody, of course, instead of getting involved, they're filming on their phones.
I see a scooter there.
Yeah. Usually I would say, hey, get involved, but fights equal rating, so let them fight.
Yep.
Roll this, Phil. Look at that. Hair pulling.
Yep.
Takes the... a knee. Oh. They just go for the hair without any sort of...
Well, it's the neutralizer.
Yeah.
It gives you the clear advantage.
Yep. Yeah.
Yep, look at this. Oh,
right in it.
Was that a noogie?
Oh, man.
Yep.
Everybody just surrounding them and videoing like they're at like a swap meet or something.
There could be a few side bets there.
Somebody with some fruit punch there.
Yeah.
A big gallon thing of fruit punch.
Yeah, I always love the random guy who just walks around with like a gallon of juice.
Yeah.
No, so to me, I think here's how you win Fight Club.
Yeah.
Analyzing the fights here.
Agreed.
Females, obviously, they go for the hair.
Yep.
To me, for the dude, you either go for the shot to the schnoz, waters up your eyes. You go right for the windpipe.
Yep.
Punch to the throat. No spitting.
No.
Totally disrespectful.
Yeah.
And male fights cannot involve shots to the groin.
Yeah.
That's off limits.
Yeah. And
it doesn't matter how big the fight is. You can't do that.
And if it's one knockout, then it's a little low energy, right? We need to see a little more. Yesterday's version in the water was different. We've never had one in the water before. We've had plenty at Walmart. We've had plenty on some random streets, some at gas stations.
Yep.
One at a movie theater.
The movie theater.
There was one at Texas Roadhouse, if you guys remember that.
Yep.
Keep sending in the submissions. I love them. So one of our great listeners submitted something to my email, and I'm going to respond to you. Hopefully you're listening. I just need to verify the authenticity of it because these things are put up on social media, so they're out there for public consumption. When you send me private videos of things, I don't know the people involved, so it's hard for me to, say if this has been out there, if the people have their permission.
So some people are submitting home videos?
Home videos, yeah. So I'm looking out for us, obviously, of course, but I don't want to, these we find on social media, so they're out there for public.
I'm hoping Fight Club is still around by Thanksgiving because I can't imagine what the possibilities could be after a full year of Trump back in office and Thanksgiving. Everybody gets a little combative and testy when politics are brought up.
Yep.
We could have some true holiday gems in the month of December.
It's true.
Fight Club could be epic.
Well, Brian Krieger and all you great people at Tri-County Auto Group, I know you signed on for 90 days. I would recommend calling Patty McDermott and saying, give me another 90 because fights equal ratings. That's what I'm saying.
You on board with a chick that fights?
No. Nope.
So,
I need to feel like there is a part of me that, the nature part of me that needs to feel like the protector. You know what I mean? So like if a woman can kick my ass or something.
So you wouldn't date Ronda Rousey if you could?
No.
Really?
Yeah, no, I couldn't.
See,
I couldn't do that.
I'm different in that way. I would have if my wife was like an MMA badass, I would love that.
Really?
I've also said on this show many times, and you guys know I've said this. Look, if my wife was a doctor and she was making $500,000 a year and told me I didn't have to work, I wouldn't work. I don't need to feel like I'm the breadwinner.
Your wife would make you work so you stay out of trouble.
Of course she would, yes. But I have no problem doing nothing. I am.
We see that. Again. What did I just tell you? You're not making your case very well, pal. I have no problem doing nothing.
Doesn't mean.
And I'm telling you, man, if my wife was Ronda Rousey or Charlotte Flair or any of these certified badass chicks, that would not knock my masculinity down a bit. I'd be cool with it.
I'm very old fashioned. When it comes to this stuff. I believe in the man-woman roles in life, in the home, in the world, and having look, the women who can kick ass and take names, awesome, but that's not for me.
Do you open up the door for your wife with the car?
Absolutely. I open up the door for you. I do that all the time.
So on a Saturday, you're getting ready to go to the grocery store. You and the wife are going. You walk around your car and open up the door for her.
Oh no.
Okay. No. All right. My wife asked me to do that recently. I'm like,
she did.
Can't we just be friends already?
I will say this, that for my sons, they would want to do the UFC stuff.
Yeah.
It's hard to watch the women
do the UFC stuff. They want to become fighters?
Well, David would love to.
He wants to train and go into this?
He's been training, and I'm like,
don't let him.
I'm like, your face is so pretty. You don't want to mess that up.
Don't you didn't let your kids out of the child seat until they were 12. You're gonna let David fight in the octagon?
They did football. They both did every sport, but no UFC, all that stuff. That's. But he loves the workout, so a lot of people love all of that.
Sure.
With jiu-jitsu and all. But with the UFC, any of the fighting, I'll say, isn't it hard to watch? First of all, the women aren't as exciting because they don't have the power hits. So what they end up is mangled together and against the wall.
A lot of those women, especially in the UFC, I just watched the one in Newark a couple weeks ago.
Yeah, the one Trump was at.
And the women there they're badass.
Yeah.
But it is
no question.
It is
no disrespect to them.
It is a little hard to watch. I got to say this too, Nick. The WWE, not a fan of the women's.
Yeah.
Oh no, not
matches. No. I know we had Bailey in here many moons ago. I respect what they can do, but I'm just not. I'm not interested in it. You know what I mean? I want to see my men in tights.
I want to see dudes
flipping
pounding
around.
each other.
Men's in tights.
Exactly.
Yeah.
But a lot of people always criticize me. They're like, "How can you be such a big wrestling fan and admit that you're not into the UFC?" It's weird. I'm not into it. There is a squeamish element. I don't like seeing people get their face pulverized. I remember watching that CM Punk fight. Man, he got pounded.
So you don't like Fight Club?
Oh, I love Fight Club.
Okay.
Yeah, I love Fight Club.
I believe in roles, women, men. So Dawn, when you talk to us about kitchen magic, are you talking about the women or men cook too? I guess.
Yeah, a lot of men. Look at Zioli. We see all those videos of Zioli in his kitchen.
Zioli didn't he?
Nick Kayal?
Didn't Zioli claim to be an alpha male? just like you said, your husband's an alpha male. Please.
He makes pizzas though.
Yeah,
Please.
in
Take 'em
Italy,
up
the males are the chefs, especially, right?
Are males better chefs than women?
Now you're getting all controversial.
In the kitchen.
If my husband that would be a different kind of kitchen magic for me if he actually would cook. I would love that.
Well, he doesn't even grill.
No.
All right, let's.
He does zero.
I'm sorry. Is this your?
Yes, this is.
Oh, you want me to talk about kitchen
This,
magic?
talk
this
about
is
this
live.
after
But no. Say what you're going to say.
No, I was going to
Say
ask
it.
you. So let's go through the list of what Larry has done. When's the last time he's made the meal in the house for the family? Over, under, pre or pre-pandemic?
No, I can't think of it. I mean, he would get takeout.
When's the last
That's a
time Larry
takeout
cut the grass?
1998. I don't know.
To be fair, I don't cut the grass either.
Yeah, well,
The last time Larry cut the grass was when he was growing up in Lansdowne,
I
Delco.
was just going to say
And
that.
his mom said, little Larry, go cut the grass.
At 12 years old, me and my buddies went out and cut grass, like for money.
Well,
so like,
what do you have?
did that too as a kid.
You have an HOA stalker?
HOA. Please, how dare you?
Well, then who cut your grass?
People.
You
The
pay
Cabana
people to
Boy.
cut your grass?
I outsource.
You
He
outsource.
I outsource. Just like I do.
Mhm.
So
He outsources.
Doesn't pay somebody to cut his grass. Pay somebody to do the pool.
you don't know what I do. How dare you?
He works very long hours.
Tips the garbage people. Do you take the trash out at least?
Of course I do.
All right.
That's my you know, if my wife cooks, and she does. By the way, I grill.
Okay.
I smoke things, you know what I mean? Like I do all that
Like a
stuff.
smoker.
The smoker. Like when I'm going to smoke a nice brisket or something, or some pulled pork, or some short ribs, like I did, and then I take it into the kitchen, and my wife, fixes it up and makes it look pretty, right?
Magic.
Because the kitchen magic,
Because it's magic, yeah.
they've been transforming kitchens since 1979. 1979, by the way, is the last time my husband, Larry Menti, has cut the lawn. That was back in the day, right?
EKZ says Greg uses WPHT interns for lawn services. Yes, that's how you get an internship here. First, how'd you like to mow my lawn?
Cut the lawn.
Lorenzo used to wash his car.
It's true.
Well, listen, here's the good thing also about Kitchen Magic. They don't outsource.
Yeah.
Proudly American-made, local employer, family-owned, 100% tariff-proof, because that means no international types of delays, no surprise fees. This month only, the month of June, you got to take advantage of Kitchen Magic's 24-month same as cash financing. It is time to love your kitchen again. Just visit them, kitchenmagic.com. Call 1-800-237-0799, 800-237-0799. Kitchen Magic, quality that's closer to home, kitchenmagic.com. Tell them Dawn sent you.
Here's a harsh fact. 40% of women and almost 20% of men suffer from varicose or spider veins. And if you think this is just a cosmetic problem, think again. Varicose or spider veins, if left untreated, can lead to swollen or discolored legs, cramping, the inability to stand or walk, neuropathy, even worse, blood clots, which can travel to other parts of your body. But here's the good news. Advanced Medical Vein Treatment Centers offers plans that treat and cure the condition, not just cover up. Grab your phone, take down this number, and call 800-597-7992. That's 800-597-7992. When you call, you'll get free information on how you can live your life to the fullest again. Walk, exercise, sleep well. Your vein problems will not go away on their own, and in time can lead to major health issues. Call Advanced Medical Vein today for free information on fast and easy solutions that are covered by most insurance plans, Medicare included. Call 800-597-7992. That's 800-597-7992 today.
Just grabbing my charger. Heading to Sam's for dinner. Okay, but you'll miss your favorite tenderloin. Wait, is that the Tuscan herb?
Mm-hmm. Hatfield marinated Tuscan herb. That's a real shame.
Did I say I was going to Sam's? Sam's coming here. Keep up, Dad.
When better care leads to better pork, it's irresistible. Hatfield Pork. Better care, better pork.
Tastykake has a treat for every John. Peanut butter fans have candy cakes, the chocolate-coated cakes with a creamy layer of peanut butter inside. You like the simple classics? Crimpets are light sponge cakes topped with rich icing. Donut lovers have options for days. You've got frosted mini donuts, powdered mini donuts, and can't forget about the delicious Dippin' Sticks flavors. I mean, there's so many uniquely satisfying treats to choose from. But that's no surprise because it's Tastykake, except no substitutes.
Looking to unlock your savings potential? With the First Harvest Credit Union Growth Savings Account, you can earn as high as 3.2% annual percentage yield. Or check out our competitive certificate and IRA specials. Earn more with flexible access to your funds. Visit firstharvestcu.com/growth savings or your nearest branch to open your account or to get details. First Harvest Credit Union, empowering members to do more for 85 years. Membership restrictions apply. Insured by NCUA.
Hey, it's Matt, your leaf filter trusted pro. Gutters are an often neglected part of the home. They're also one of the most important. Clogged, overflowing gutters can cause serious problems like foundation damage or basement flooding, which can cost thousands of dollars to fix. Let's face it, cleaning gutters yourself is not only a hassle, it can be dangerous. But when you get Leaf Filter, you'll never have to worry about cleaning clogged gutters again. Get started today by visiting leaffilter.com/radio to schedule your free inspection. If you decide to move forward, we'll professionally clean, realign, and seal your gutters before installing our patented stainless steel micro mesh system. Leaf Filter keeps out everything but the water. And it's backed by a lifetime transferable no clogs warranty, so you're protected for good. We're in your neighborhood and ready to help. Visit Leaf Filter today for a free inspection and estimate, and you could save up to 30%. Visit leaffilter.com/radio. That's leaffilter.com/radio.
By texting 64,000, you agree to receive recurring automated marketing messages from Babbel. Message and data rates may apply. No purchase required. Terms apply. Available at babbel.com/TNC.
I've always wanted to learn French, but the app I tried didn't help.
If you want to memorize words in another language, there's an app for that. But if you want to really learn another language, there's Babbel. Babbel was designed by over 200 language learning experts to be the most effective way to learn another language.
With other language learning apps, I was just playing games. I wasn't really learning. Babbel's different. Every time I open the app, I can choose to work on my writing, speaking, or listening. And it saves my mistakes for me to review, so I'm constantly improving. Before Babbel, I thought I just wasn't good with languages. But now I'm speaking French. Tout ça, c'est grâce à Babbel.
Want to really learn another language? Save up to 50% on your Babbel subscription when you text RADIO to 64,000. That's RADIO to 64,000. Text RADIO to 64,000.
WPHT, WPHT HD, WOGL HD3 Philadelphia. From the Piazza Premium Automobile Studios, powering your drive with 10 brands and 20 locations. Always live on the free Odyssey app.
My brother-in-law died suddenly, and now my sister and her kids have to sell their home. That's why I told my husband we could not put off getting life insurance any longer. An agent offered us a 10-year, $500,000 policy for nearly $40 a month. Then we called SelectQuote. SelectQuote found us identical coverage for only $18 a month, a savings of nearly $300 a year.
Whether you need a $100,000 policy or a $10 million policy, SelectQuote could save you more than 50% on term life insurance. In a hurry? Don't worry. With SelectQuote, you can get up to $2 million in instant, affordable, same-day coverage with no medical exam.
Call SelectQuote at 1-800-637-9116. That's 1-800-637-9116. Or go to SelectQuote.com. That's 1-800-637-9116. Full details on example policies at SelectQuote.com/commercials.
Hey, Westchester. We know your favorite station is Talk Radio 1210, WPHT.
$9:30, Kayal and Company. It's a Thursday morning. Your chance to win Joe Conklin tickets coming up shortly with our morning mystery movie clip. We will also get to Today in Music History with Phil Almquist and what's on tap for the Dawn Show. Friday, fast approaching. Sean Farish will be back again with us tomorrow, starting at 7:45. But let's get caught up in the world of news and other stories that are out there. It's time for a Dawn Stenzel Big 3 at 9:31.
It's the Big 3 at 9 on Kayal and Company.
Number one in the big three as we talk about the economy, new studies coming out, especially locally. What do you need to make to actually be able to afford life and just a great sense of living, quality of living? We'll talk about that moving forward. But the Fed, well, unfortunately, Donald J. Trump's attempts to woo his choice for Fed Chair Jerome Powell didn't work because Powell came out yesterday holding those rates at a steady level and not reducing them at a half a percentage point or a full percentage point.
He blamed the tariffs.
Yeah.
Blaming the tariffs.
The tariffs are coming.
Cut 6, Phil. Roll this.
A little Jerome Powell on you.
And what we're waiting for to reduce rates is to understand what will happen with really the tariff inflation. And there's a lot of uncertainty about that. Every forecaster you can name who is a professional, forecaster with adequate resources and forecasts for a living is forecasting pretty significant. Everyone that I know is forecasting a meaningful increase in inflation in coming months from tariffs because someone has to pay for the tariffs, and it will be someone in that chain that I mentioned.
Can't wait to hear. Came in better than expected.
Well, Trump called him a stupid person yesterday.
He did. That probably didn't.
Yeah,
help,
no, it probably didn't.
I'll tell you, this Powell guy is very stubborn on this front.
Well, he is. So the question I think at hand, he went through the economy and said right now, the economy is very strong. The jobs numbers came out in the private sector, all of that. But he's worried about the future months ahead. And some saying, well, is that his job to worry about 3 months ahead? Because could he not lower it? So that was the back and forth on that one. Speaking of money, we have in Philadelphia a makeover. We've talked about wardrobe choices. Well, Philadelphia police getting a new wardrobe. Oh. So now they'll be trading in their powder blue uniform tops for midnight blue. So this is midnight navy blue shirts. It's a change of a broader effort to honor the department's history while preparing for the future. So midnight blue reconnects, this is what they're saying, a traditional look worn by Philadelphia police officers for more than a century prior to those light blue shirts in the 70s.
Oh, that should boost morale.
I don't know. I like that. I like the light blue shirts.
So do I.
Like the old... it's funny, Dawn? What always pops into my head with those light blue shirts from the 70s?
The Blessed Mother?
No.
The Phillies from the 70s?
Daniel Faulkner. That picture that Maureen always had of Daniel Faulkner in his uniform and in his cap, he had the light blue police shirt on. It just looked cool. Like, it looks crisp. It looks, I don't know.
Yeah.
The
dark blue is a traditional look for most departments.
Mm-hmm.
I like the light blue.
So it's the darker color will be, the uniform changes will cost city taxpayers $1.3 million. And the Mayor Sherelle Parker administration, they're paying for the update, they say, with unspent funds from last year's police department budget. And so obviously the new budget, the new fiscal year, starting in July. And so on this one, I will just point, I wish I had this for Tony Bruno yesterday.
Yeah.
Because what uniform change, who was within the PPD in the 70s? So you think of the Frank Rizzo era.
Mm-hmm.
And so is this a commentary to say we're going to get away from the Rizzo era?
Get it all. Don't miss any of it.
Yeah. So we got that one going on. We've talked a lot about Juneteenth. All of and the city has many celebrations, free museums.
Well,
the African American Museum.
Apparently, everybody in this office is out celebrating today.
They are
because
nice.
we're the only ones here. The low energy music stations aren't even here.
They're not here.
We're
here,
on.
though.
Oh man.
Just never ends.
So
Any
Juneteenth,
excuse to get out of work. Just
federal holiday, local holiday.
The morning show.
So banks are closed. Obviously, the stock market closed.
Is the Brett Mega Show airing today?
I don't know.
But we have another celebration.
Who knows if it was live or not?
As we look to what's going on between Israel, Iran, all eyes on the White House and what Trump will do. But there's a welcome ceremony planned this afternoon in New Jersey as the fairly newly released American-Israeli hostage, Edan Alexander. So he is officially, this is his welcome home, his homecoming party. Remember that his release came after successful negotiations between the U.S. and Hamas. And he was the last living American citizen believed to be held by Hamas. Remember, those hostages, they're still... maybe hopefully 24 still alive down somewhere in a cave, but he comes home to a huge welcome home ceremony in New Jersey. So that one's going on.
Welcome back, bud.
Welcome back, Edan. We are sponsored by Kitchen Magic. Kitchen Magic kitchens are proudly American made. We're made right here in the USA, family owned, tariff proof, and so that your dream kitchen won't be hit with any hidden costs. 24 months, same as cash financing, ends at the end of this month, so do it in June. KitchenMagic.com. Thank you, Kitchen Magic, for sponsoring our Big Three.
Joe Conklin tickets coming up next. Kayal and Company, stay there.
If you need to hire, it seems like the whole process can be exhausting. You search resumes, wait for the right candidates to apply, set up initial interviews. It's a lot of time and work. Well, what if you could meet with qualified candidates for your job the very next day? Now you can with Zip Intro from ZipRecruiter. And right now, you can try it for free at ZipRecruiter.com/radio. Zip Intro is super easy to use. You simply pick a time, and it does all the work of finding and scheduling qualified candidates for you. Then you can choose who you want to talk to and meet with great people on back-to-back video calls as soon as the next day. Best of all, you save time and energy.
Try Zip Intro for free right now at this exclusive web address, ZipRecruiter.com/radio. Zip Intro. Post jobs today, talk to qualified candidates tomorrow. Once again, go to ZipRecruiter.com/radio to try it for free. That's ZipRecruiter.com/radio.
Hi, this is Dom Giordano. When it comes to your teeth, you deserve more than just a quick fix. That's why you should call my friend and dentist, Dr. Robert Bentz of the Bentz Dental Group. I recently talked to Joyce, a listener. She had another dentist tell her to get dentures. She wasn't having any of that. She said she may be vintage, but not old. She met with Dr. Bentz and his team and now is very happy with her dental implants. The dentist you choose does matter. Call Dr. Bentz, 610-272-6949 or BentzDentalGroup.com.
Cancer. Chances are, if you've been diagnosed with cancer either recently or in the past, you probably wonder where to turn and what to do. What you can do is contact Dr. Molly Fantasia and her medical staff at Innovative Medical Associates. There is so much that Dr. Molly can do and have done with patients now and in the past. Whether it's boosting your immune system or helping you navigate the difficulties of any type of cancer diagnosis, Dr. Molly and her team can help. The initial consultation is complimentary, and you'll find it will be a very enlightening experience. Contact Innovative Medical Associates at 856-489-0505 or visit them on the web at innovativemedicalassociates.com. That's innovativemedicalassociates.com. Cancer, it doesn't have to be the end. It is only the beginning when you contact Innovative Medical Associates. And don't forget to listen to Dr. Molly Fantasia on the program Health Watch, heard every Sunday live from 8 till 9 a.m. and again from 4 till 5 p.m. on Talk Radio 1210 WPHT.
You know you have pride in your team when you offer a guarantee for the life of your roof. That's right, for decades and thousands of roof installations, the award-winning team at GP Martini lives for roofing. That's why homeowners trust GP Martini to protect their largest investment. Whether you're considering an asphalt, shingle roof, metal roof, or even a solar roof, you can trust GP Martini Roofing. Visit martiniroofing.com. There's probably a satisfied GP Martini customer in your neighborhood. martiniroofing.com.
Here's a harsh fact. 40% of women and almost 20% of men suffer from varicose or spider veins. And if you think this is just a cosmetic problem, think again. Varicose or spider veins, if left untreated, can lead to swollen or discolored legs, cramping, the inability to stand or walk, neuropathy, even worse, blood clots, which can travel to other parts of your body. But here's the good news. Advanced Medical Vein Treatment Centers offers plans that treat and cure the condition, not just cover up. Grab your phone, take down this number, and call 800 800-597-7992. That's 800-597-7992. When you call, you'll get free information. Free information on how you can live your life to the fullest again. Walk, exercise, sleep well. Your vein problems will not go away on their own, and in time can lead to major health issues. Call Advanced Medical Vein today for free information on fast and easy solutions that are covered by most insurance plans, Medicare included. Call 800-597-7992. That's 800-597-7992 today.
Get ready for
your workouts will.
Stay tuned for.
Are you tired of?
You can skip a lot of things in life, but not everything. With Citizens, get the advice and tools you need to financially handle all of life's unskippable moments. So you're ready for your best friend's wedding, a broken down car, your kid getting into their dream school, and every expense in between. From making a plan to staying on track, make sense of your money with Citizens. Get started at citizensbank.com/made-ready.
Hey, this is Larry Steinitz with Investor Schooling. How many times are you going to listen to my voice before you finally go to investorschooling.com? I can't believe you haven't signed up for a class yet. You're going to learn real estate investing. You're going to learn stock options trading. You're going to learn things about money that you didn't even know existed. Go to investorschooling.com right now. Oh my goodness. This Thursday, investorschooling.com, and take that free class. See you there.
We all hear the radio ads about the IRS. They tell you to be afraid, to be scared, and they try to frighten you into calling. I'm not here to do that. Tax Relief Advocates is different. TRA is here to tell you that if you owe money to the IRS, whether it's $5,000, $50,000, or $500,000, we have a solution. It doesn't matter if you're sitting in your car, at work, or with your kids. No matter where you are, call now. 800-575-6481. Don't lose hope. TRA can eliminate or reduce what you owe to the IRS.
Generous programs are now available that can give you a fresh start.
Our passion is taxes and helping individuals fix their IRS problems.
We have over 1,000 5-star reviews on Google and an A+ with the Better Business Bureau.
You don't need to be afraid of the IRS any longer. End your tax nightmare today by visiting us online at TRA.com
or call 800-575-6481. That's 800-575-6481.
Tax Relief Advocates. Real solutions for real people.
When you go on vacation, does it make sense to have someone else pack for you? Of course not. The same can be said for your retirement. Your 401k could be packed with things you don't know about or even need. If you're close to retirement but don't have a plan customized to your goals, that's kind of like taking a 30-year vacation with no idea what's in your suitcase. Seems like a stressful way to start what should be a relaxing time. Jim Cipriotti and the Retire Ready Financial Group can help you unpack your savings and build a plan to help reduce future taxes, along with a clearly defined income strategy. Call Jim at 610-894-7415 for your complimentary retirement game plan, or visit retirereadyfg.com. That's 610-894-7415.
Investment advisory services offered through Retire Ready Wealth Management, a registered investment advisor. Insurance and annuities offered through James V. Cipriotti, Retire Ready Financial Group, LLC, NPN number 2083768.
Hey, buongiorno. Dom Giordano here. After nearly 15 years of European splendors, I'm so excited about our tour to Sicily and Calabria. Nobody masters Italy like Conservative Tours. In fact, our guide Lorenzo and the team all hail from Calabria. Picture the bustling, colorful markets of Palermo, framed by the azure Mediterranean. Admire the awesome beauty of the architecture that recalls the invasions of the Arabs and the Normans. It's a challenge to fully slot Sicily into Italy's culture and nationhood. The Byzantine mosaics of Monreale attest to this distinction. Local wineries where dining events will amaze: Marsala, Trapani, Cefalù, and a remnant of Greek civilization, the Valley of the Temples. All this, 5544, including airfare. Call 888-733-9493 or go to conservativetours.com. Conclude with one of the best unknown destinations in Italy, Calabria. I'll see you on the cliffs of Taormina. We'll have an Aperol spritz in the afternoon sun. Ciao, Philadelphia.
Free speech lives here on Odyssey's #1 talk station. Talk Radio 1210. WPHT.
Kayal and Company, 9:45 Thursday morning. Hopefully all of you having a great start to your day. It's going to be a hot one. Heat wave upon us. Fast approaching.
I can't wait to hear everybody start bitching about, oh, it's too hot. All we heard about for 6 months was that it's too cold.
It rains too much. Yeah. Now it's too hot and humid. Nobody's ever happy.
Firing squad for all of them.
Yep. Especially the weather people that get it wrong.
I have a question for Phil Almquist.
Yes.
If you had to rate Don Henley's solo work versus Glenn Frey's solo work, which one would you go with?
It's not close. It's Glenn Frey.
Wow. Really?
Yep.
Interesting.
Yep.
Dawn, do you agree with that?
Sure. I'll agree with Phil.
I know Nick doesn't know either of them.
Yeah.
So.
I mean, Don Henley has some great songs with Boys of Summer stuff. I still like Glenn Frey better.
Boys of Summer, Dirty Laundry.
That's a great song.
And End of the Innocence. That's a fabulous song.
Those are great songs.
And what does Glenn Frey have? They have this song, Smuggler's Blues.
You know,
Heat is on.
Yeah,
but like, I don't know.
I think it is pretty close.
Have you seen Henley in concert?
I have never seen Don Henley in concert.
Part of the reason I say it was that he if you've seen him we saw him, where do we see him in oh my god, in Delco, but anyway, he was doing like all of his new stuff.
Oh yeah.
So it's kind of why I'm saying that.
I hate when artists do that.
Because it's like, dude, what is this you're singing? Like, just sing the hits. Do you know what I mean?
Been hearing that in this industry for 20 years.
Do me a favor, Phil.
Yes.
After you give us your music update, why don't we do that first? After you give your music update, go over to YouTube and
put Henley versus
Henley versus Frey versus solo work.
All right.
Hotel California, Lion Eyes. Can't tell you why. New Kid in Town. Take it easy.
But no. I'm not talking about the Eagles. I'm talking about the solo work.
Oh,
yeah,
solo work.
The solo work. Yeah.
Okay.
YouTube.com/@1210WPHT. Phil will have that poll question up in a matter of moments.
All right. So you want to go with Phil before Jimmy?
Yeah,
what happened on this day in music history? Music history on Kayal and Company.
Today, June 19th, we celebrate the birthday of Ann Wilson from Heart, who's 75. We also lost Dwayne Rowland for Molly Hatchet on this day in 2006. Sigsacooed Brown Eyed Girl by Van Morrison in 67. Rock Me Tonight by Billy Squier in 84. And Purple Haze by Jimi Hendrix in 67. Altitude Mirrors by Blue Oyster Cult in 79. Rover's Return by John Waite in 87. And Outrider by Jimmy Page in 88. Also in 2012, the former CFO for Pearl Jam was charged with 33 counts of theft for allegedly stealing at least $380,000 from the band's management company. In 90, Prince played the first of 12 sold-out nights at Wembley Arena in London. In 92, Def Leppard began their Adrenalize tour. In 2014, Queen with Adam Lambert began their tour. In 87, GNR made their live UK debut. In 64, Martha and the Vandellas recorded Dancing in the Street. In 71, Carole King was topped the singles chart. And in 80, Donna Summer is the first to sign with Geffen Records. But lastly, on this day in 73, the Rocky Horror Picture Show musical debuted in London. For Kayal Company, I'm Phil Almquist. And I'll go put up that poll right now.
YouTube.com/@1210WPHT. Phil's going to put up that poll. Better solo work, Glenn Frey or Don Henley?
I'm going to go, let's go Glenn Frey.
You have no idea.
No idea.
Name one song.
I probably cannot.
Now,
If I pull
right?
up the list, some of them the light bulb will go off.
Yeah.
But off the top of my head, no shot. By the way, did you guys do anything else growing up other than listen to music?
I did a lot. I did a lot, but music.
Did you go to school? Did you attend class?
Music was just the soundtrack of my life. So
all right,
there you go. Like most normal humans, unlike you.
Very interesting.
And now, the morning mystery movie clip on Kayal and Company. Talk Radio 1210 WPHT.
You know, once I was thinking about quitting when I was diagnosed with brain, lung, and testicular cancer, all at the same time. But with the love and support of my friends and family, I got back on the bike, and I won the Tour de France 5 times in a row. But I'm sure you have a good reason to quit. So what are you dying from that's keeping you from the finals?
Oh, my God.
Right now feels a little bit like shame. Well, I guess if a person never quit when the going got tough, they wouldn't have anything to regret for the rest of their life.
Think Do you know what it is? Be caller 12 at 855-839-1210, and you could win this great prize.
Once again today, another pair of tickets to see Joe Conklin with the City Rhythm Orchestra. It's coming up fast approaching. Friday, July 11th, Wildwood Public High School. For tickets, visit joeconklin.com, hosted by our very own Dom Giordano.
By the way, the poll is up, youtube.com/@1210WPHT. Go over there right now to vote. Better solo career. Glenn Frey, Don Henley. I'm not going to tell you where it's at right now.
Yeah.
I will say it is close. So get on over there and vote right now.
And by the way,
Frey, greatest.
No, go ahead.
Greatest hits, Smuggler's Blues, the one you love, The Heat Is On.
The Heat Is On, I knew that
Beverly
one.
Hills.
Yeah, Cop.
And True Love, One of These Nights. One of these nights.
Is that an Eagles song? That's an Eagles song, isn't it?
It says Glenn Frey Greatest Hits. I just looking it up. But
The Eagles!
Glenn Frey.
Best of luck if you know that movie, by the way. 855-8.
Call in now, by the way.
Geez, we already got the caller.
Wow.
Yeah, that was simple.
Good one.
I knew the movie, but I had no. I don't know. I do not recall that scene at all. But Joe in South Jersey did, and that's all that matters. Joe, what movie did we just play for you?
That would be Dodgeball.
Dodgeball, yes. Came out in 2005, I believe. 20 years ago yesterday. So congratulations, Joe. You've got your tickets to see
Thank you
Joe
very
Conklin. You got it.
Joe, real quick.
Great.
Joe, real quick.
Yes.
Better solo career, Glenn Frey or Don Henley?
Don Henley.
There we go. I agree with you. Thanks, Joe. I agree with that. That's how I voted on the YouTube chat.
There you go.
Was Don Henley. Now, don't blame me. This is the Google.
The
Google.
Yeah.
All she wants to do is dance.
See?
I
All
remember
she
that.
wants to do is dance.
Yeah.
Dirty
Laundry,
Laundry, End of
Boys
the
of
Innocents,
Summer.
Boys of Summer. Like, it's not even a comparison.
Don
Like,
Henley.
Phil, you're just wrong. Why did I give you a music show?
Look up the Google.
Because you don't like people to agree with everything you say.
Your musical tastes are horrendous. I mean, they're not. Because
Phil, did you do anything besides listen to music growing up?
You and I have a lot of the same musical tastes.
Interesting.
Because you know where I got it from, Nick? My older brother.
Yeah.
Because boys, even throughout the ages, felt excluded from school, so they turned to music.
Yeah,
more than girls, I think.
Jimmy Cali brought up down at the Sunset Grill. It's not even close. Stop. So, take down the poll. Don Henley wins. How dare you?
Take down the poll.
No,
I'm sitting here. I can't do it right now.
Close the polls.
Yeah.
What is this, Quakertown during an election?
All right, we have to go. Dawn.
All right, Dawn, what do you got lined up?
We have Paula Scanlon is just ahead, so we'll check in with her about New Jersey. Obviously, you know, she's been working with Scott Pressler, but also on the latest SCOTUS ruling. First, though, you know, I've got my guys crying in the back here because we're going to I really am infuriated by one late night host who took aim at the flag. And so I just want to get this off my chest. And then we have breaking news, obviously, with Trump, Iran, Israel. Man, there's a lot going on.
Are you going to blow a gasket?
I'm going to blow a gasket.
Stay tuned at 10 a.m.
Yes.
You're going to want to hear this.
Yes.
6 minutes away.
Dawn is next. I'm out. We'll see you tomorrow, 6 a.m., Ferris Friday.
Hey, Green Gobbler here. So you've got a clogged drain in your bathroom. Water in the sink's overstaying its welcome. You're spitting today's toothpaste on top of yesterday's toothpaste. You hope that it'd go away. Yeah, clogs don't just go away. I make them go away. I'm Green Gobbler, the only clog dissolver you need. I'm bleach-free, safe for your pipes, and I work. Guaranteed or your money back. Because I never met a clog that was gonna unclog itself. Green Gobbler. Let the gobbler get it.
At California Psychics, we know that sometimes you can wake up thinking,
I don't know if I'm in the right career. Ew. Or the right relationship.
but whatever your life dilemma, at California Psychics, we'll give you the guidance you need to feel certain about your life choices.